Good afternoon, evening, morning, depending on where you are in the world, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Matchfit's first event of 2026, the Phillip Island 500, and man, is this shaping up to be a cracker. Firstly, we're going to give a shout out, obviously, to all of our sponsors and supporters. First, off the rank, obviously, being Matchfit, the good people at GAMAFLARE, always on board. Matchfit. So, a big shout out to those boys, always getting support from Supercars NZ, and also some very, very nice giveaways and gift cards given away for today's event, supplied by MOZA and SIMBLACKS. And for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, big deal, we are going live to Sky TV in New Zealand, Sky 83, and yes, amazing stuff. So welcome aboard to all of our Sky viewers today. Glad to have you on board. And like I said, we've got some giveaways going on, and everybody is up for the giveaways as well. So if Sky viewers can get amongst that. So without further ado, is we're going to talk about the track a little bit. We're going to actually talk about the prizes a little bit, just quickly, as J-Man and myself just get a little bit of stuff going on in the background here sorted. As you can see there, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000 prize pool up for the drivers here. Which is awesome. They also have trophies on offer, and we are giving away, there's a little bit of merch. I think there's a bit of free merch thrown in as well for the boys and girls there. So, yes, plenty on offer, and I did actually just mention the viewer giveaway, which we do all the time, but obviously we're going to Sky 83 today. Welcome again, Sky 83 viewers, and so we are going to get these viewers involved as well. There is the viewer giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. MOZA R3 bundle. Big thanks to the good people at MOZA for supporting us and supplying us with some awesome kit. So, to our Sky viewers, if you want to get amongst this, the way it works is you've got to just throw us a bit of a shout out in the chat box on our YouTube. So, here's a QR code for you guys to just get your phone out, scan that QR, that'll direct you to our YouTube channel, and you can just jump in there and click on the live stream and throw up a comment in the chat box to go in the draw for this awesome bit of kit, the MOZA R3 bundle. So definitely worth the effort. So like I said, get your cameras out, ladies and gentlemen, and quickly scan that one, and yeah, get amongst it, get involved. The boys are just getting out on practice, and like I mentioned, it just takes a couple of minutes for us to get up to speed and get a bit of vision up here, but just bear with us for a moment and we will get you some actions quick smart. Quick smart, I said. Did I say quick smart? Yes, I did, and I think we are just about ready to give you guys what you've been waiting for here. And we'll get a little bit of action on screen. Like I said, the boys are out on track for official practice. It is going, oh, well look, they've been in there for a little while. You can see on the timer there up on the top left hand side of your screen, 45-minute practice here for the drivers before a very short 15-minute qualifying. Now mind you, there's potentially 35, and we will soon find out as the practice session winds down, potentially 35 cars. There is more than that in entries, but we've had a couple of dropouts in the last 48 hours, but 35 cars around Phillip Island for 15 minutes. It will be a little difficult potentially for some of these guys to find some space to get a good clean lap. So it's just qualifying things, and most of these guys are well versed in this sort of stuff. So awesome stuff. Just like I said, the usual. And just getting notification that everybody is getting our live coverage. And again, I'd like to welcome Sky viewers and all our viewers, ladies and gentlemen, for what is going to be a cracking event here at Phillip Island. The Phillip Island 500, proudly sponsored by GAMAFLARE. Always supported by the Supercars NZ boys, legends over at SCNZ, and those boys actually during our live stewarding tonight. So we have live safety cars and stewarding for this event. And yes, as we've mentioned a couple of times already, Channel 83 on board and broadcasting live to you guys right now. Welcome aboard, everybody. Phillip Island, fantastic circuit, 12 turns, 4.84 Ks, and with 35 odd cars on track, the competition will be fierce because the boys do have a fair bit to play for. There is $1,000 up for grabs for the event, plus some seriously sexy looking trophies there, ladies and gentlemen, and some free merch for a few. We're also giving SIMBLACKS gift cards away. Not exactly sure how we're doing that, but we're giving it away anyway to some random drivers potentially. And obviously, like I mentioned, the MOZA R3 bundle viewer giveaway for the Sky viewers. Get your phone out, scan that, get over to our YouTube, hit us up with a comment, like and subscribe to the channel, hit your notifications and all that jazz, and get amongst it. So we just start to see, like I said, the boys starting to roll out there. We're getting some numbers in. We're only a little over 11 minutes into practice here. 15 cars on the track. This is a GT4 race, so not multi-class, but look, there's a few different brands out there, as we just see one of the Aston Martins just take a ceremonious exit from the track there. It looks like it was on the pit entry there on the final corner here at Phillip Island. The weather's looking great, but yeah, look, multiple different car types. Well, marks. Obviously, the Mustang, the mighty Mustang, as you can see on screen there, right there. Yeah, plenty going on. I'll just let you guys just get a little bit of a feel for what's going on there. I've got just a couple of little sneaky things to do in the background, so bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Follow the action for a moment while I just get... I'm going to click a few buttons. I'll be back in a moment. So, all buttons clicked, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, well, I'm going to welcome myself back. I'm Davo, mind you. I don't think I'd introduced myself yet to the Sky viewers. Like most of our YouTube viewers know exactly who we are. It's Matchfit. So, but for the Sky viewers, welcome aboard. Welcome to all our regular YouTube viewers. And as always, it's Matchfit Entertainment. So, I'm Davo. Right by my side, as always, and I know he's already pre-clicked all his buttons, right by my side, J-Man. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey, afternoon, Davo. Good afternoon, viewers. Thank you to all of you joining us either live via Sky TV, Face TV, Channel 83, or the YouTubes. We do appreciate the support, and yeah, mate, great to be here. It's been a big works to get this one off the ground, but
It has.
Davo, the team has done a fantastic job. Everybody all in behind the scenes, and this will be a fantastic spectacle this afternoon. And looking forward to it. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff to unpack throughout the day in respect of obviously manufacturers and guys that have turned up to really put themselves on the stage here to see if they can get what will be, I'm sure, in the future, a coveted title. Obviously, we saw a fantastic Winton 300 last year, hosted by ourselves with our sponsors, and this one looks to be bigger and better around Phillip Island. As you mentioned, 4.4 kilometres, and approximately, I think that equates to about 114 laps. So a lot to unpack there for the drivers, and those who have done their homework leading up to this will bode pretty well. But yeah, lots of opportunities for strategy here, fuel loads and tyres, so to speak. So looking forward to this one. But first and foremost, we do got to get through this practice session and try and feel our way around this Phillip Island circuit and just see, you know, what it looks like to the drivers, and the times already starting to fall. We see Stefan McCartan already up there on a 36.0. So we expect them to drop deep into the 35s. If not, some very, very quick drivers maybe peak into the 34s. So very quick around here are the GT4 cars. Likely scenarios, we will have a chat during this practice session with race control. So obviously, as Davo mentioned, live stewarded here today to keep things all fair and just. And we'll have a quick chat to none other than Sean McNamara from race control, just to see where they're looking towards and how some of those proceedings might unpack. We know that safety car is on standby here today, and pit lane will be open during those safety car procedures should they eventuate. However, no penalties may be served during those safety car operations in pit lane. So looking forward to a big event here, and as you mentioned, a lot of good sponsors jumped on board for this one, and a lot of good prizes to give away. And I see the chats are live already, so once again, keep it rolling. It does certainly help the numbers for Davo and myself, and obviously a lot of good people behind the scenes. You know, I've got to shout a big shout out to Nick Firth for the artwork that he does for Matchfit as well. He's a fantastic guy that does a lot of good work for us and behind the scenes. So Davo, already the numbers heading towards the top, the likes of DeGraaf, Forbett, Jason Bentz, a guy that you and I both know well for a very long time, thrown his name in the hat here for a chance at this title today.
And a quick shout out to Mr. Bentz, Jace. Probably the only guy that's racing a Phillip Island event from Phillip Island itself. He literally lives around the corner from the circuit, J-Man. So, yeah, big shout out to Jason. And like you said, we've known Richo, as we know him as, for a long time, and had many a battle on track. So, yeah, good luck to him. Also, good luck to we got a few official drivers out there. Well, one in Mr. Phil and Toon, driving one of the official MF cars. MF/GAMAFLARE cars. Also, I think Mr. Wally Baker, out there in a stunning looking blue version of the same car with the blue rims on both Mustangs. But yeah, a couple to look out for. A couple of other, we've got a few more old friends. We'll rattle off a couple more. We know John McDonald, J-Man in the Warbird, actually a real life car steer, race her himself. So, awesome stuff. But like you mentioned, J-Man, the usual suspects up the top. We call these boys off and on throughout the week, obviously at the Supercars NZ V8 Supercar Series. The likes of Dion DeGraaf, Roger Forbett, and the like. So, no surprise. Good, and just I will quickly point out, J-Man, good mix of brands here. So, we got, you know, obviously the Ford guys. I mean, pretty healthy Ford BMW representation, but we've got a McLaren in there, we've got some Porsches in there, we've got some Astons in there. So, yeah, a good mix of cars here today for the Phillip Island 500, J-Man.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, looking at that, I was doing a little bit of homework myself, and obviously we'll touch a little bit on that throughout the broadcast. But, you know, the Mustang, very, very quick. Got the big V8 in there, and likely carrying a little bit more weight than some of its counterparts, but and maybe a little bit more fuel usage. So it'd be interesting to see how that shakes out. And I did run some predictive numbers on fuel, and maybe when we might see these cars come in for the first time, and we might do a little bit of rove reporting and see if we can't get inside maybe a little bit rent-free in some of these drivers' heads before the race. And time is ticking. We are approaching halfway through this practice session. I am just watching the numbers at the moment, obviously very conscious about the grid here. You know, we aiming for that 30, 35 cars, and yeah, it's looking like a solid field as we do see these cars all busily banking some good laps already. So it just goes to show that already we've got over 20 odd drivers that are going out there trying to get themselves dialed in. And just touching on that John McDonald car you mentioned, he does campaign an endurance BMW in real life, and that car is painted on screen identical pretty much to the car that he runs in real life. They call it the Warbird.
The Warbird.
So good to see the Warbird out there in John McDonald, another guy that you and I have a big history with racing throughout the year. So we wish him well today in his endeavours to try and see where he can end up in this field.
Absolutely, J-Man. Exciting stuff. We did mention we had run our first special event at Matchfit events late last year at Winton in the M2 BMWs. Was a fantastic success with, you know, a high quality field joining in on the day in testing conditions, and apparently we heard the car was a bit testing to drive as well. But look, we have ramped it up for 2026, J-Man, and the Phillip Island 500 as our first event in 2026 has gathered some great interest, and for want of a better word, we have got a stacked field here, J-Man. There are some quality steerers on this grid here today, so it's going to be a crack.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think, you know, the closer we get towards qualifying, we're really just going to see those laps starting to fire up, cars maybe running a little lighter towards the back end of the session. I expect a few of them out there running with quite a heavy fuel load, just getting the feel of that car, what it's going to be like for one last time before the race, because obviously quali trim, they're going to go out pretty light. Track conditions out there look pretty good, Davo. Weather, a little bit of cloud hanging around. But,
weather looks good. Weather looks good, doesn't it?
Not so bad. I know it's always right on the tip of the drivers' tongues when they're talking about, you know, what it's going to be like. And hey, look, for now it looks pretty good. And, but you know, always expect the unexpected in a longer format race.
Look, you're right, J-Man. The two most frequently asked questions is, what's the weather going to be like? Can we pit under safety car? Basically, it's just like, and it's all about strategy. You know, these questions are asked for a particular reason. These guys, you know, want to know how to play this race out, and little details like the weather and pit stop strategies are critical for it's like a mini enduro here. 2.5 hours solo in the seat for these boys. So it is a bit of a stretch.
Sorry to interrupt you, Davo, but first call to race control has been made, and they have summoned J-Man to the steward's box. So I'll just take off for a quick minute, and I'll be back.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Straight up, J-Man in the poo-poo with the live stewards, and he's not even on track. He's in the comms box. Look, awesome. Thanks everybody for joining in. Like J-Man said, the chat box is alive. That's awesome. Or everybody hitting us up in the chat box there today does go in the draw. An amazing prize, really. This, if you're not into sim racing, then this is a great way to kick things off. And if you are into sim racing and you need a bit of an upgrade on your kit, I mean, what better than an R3 direct drive bundle there? So awesome stuff. We can see, I think we got on the screen there at the moment, there is the QR code for our Sky viewers that aren't used to hitting us up in the chat box on a YouTube channel. There's the link to it. It's simple as get your phone out, scan that code, get over to our YouTube. On your way to the chat box, just hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit your notifications, and put a little mention in the chat box, and you too will go in the draw for that. Meanwhile, the boys out on track are playing. Well, it's pretty high stakes, you know, $1,000 up for grabs, some proper silverware in some beautiful big medal trophies there. Look, we gave away similar trophies at Winton and we got so much good feedback. Some of these guys, I think one of the boys that got one of the trophies mentioned to us that he'd been sim racing for 20 years and had never ever got a bit of silverware until he entered one of our races. So there you go, folks. These guys up for it. SIMBLACKS also giving away, I got a little whisper in my ear, it was actually a $400, one of $400 gift card to spend at SIMBLACKS, and that will buy you some kit. Okay, so it's not just $50 or $100, which doesn't buy you much in the sim hardware world, does it, J-Man? So
No, it does not.
So proper money going out there from SIMBLACKS, and a big shout out to those boys there. But
yeah, Stefan, well done.
So yes, as always, like not as always, I'm going to mention it again. Face TV, Channel 83 Sky, going out live to you guys, get amongst it. Support from Supercars NZ as always. And major sponsor, anything Matchfit, as the GAMAFLARE boys right behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So
hey,
awesome.
and might just cut in there, Davo, and just take the opportunity. I was summoned to race control just a minute ago just to catch up with the good lads from Supercars NZ that handle everything judiciary related amongst us. And I do have Sean in the comms box with us right now. Welcome aboard to the broadcast, Sean. Good to have you on board. Or maybe he's just fluffing around trying to sort out that mic mute button. But anyway, we have got Sean here, and I'm just going to pose a couple of questions to him once he does come live. And I guess the first one will be, we just had a little bit of a chat around the start procedure, and I'll just let Sean take that away. Welcome, Sean.
Johnny?
He's not normally this shy.
No, he's not. Usually we can't shut him up, can we? Well, he is race control, so he's got a lot to say.
Race control. Well, hey, look, they've normally got plenty to say. So. But anyway, he's just sorting himself out there, I think, just for a second. But look, what it is the format for the race start procedures obviously is a rolling start here. It'll be standard iRacing where the lights will come up green. However, it's a rolling, so the drivers will be asked to stop weaving and tyre warming around the Lukey Heights area, and then they'll get into formation for what will be, they'll come down onto the Gardner Straight and proceedings will commence. But I did just want to delve a little bit deeper into maybe some of the things that race control will be looking at, some of the finer details around penalties and how many toes and stuff the guys have got. So we'll press on and keep up with the action here, and I'm sure Sean McNamara will be with us shortly.
Yeah, but I don't know whether we can is the door locked? Does Shawnee have a swipe for the comms booth, or do we going to go and let him in? Either way, plenty going on. Still a few guys trickling in to the practice session as we speak. I think we're just a smidge over 30 drivers in the on track. Well, not all on track, but in the practice session as we speak.
Yeah, and just as quick as you say that, Davo, we have dropped into the 35s now. Obviously, Stefan McCartan, he was in there on that 36.0, has just dipped his toes into the 35 bracket now, 35.907. De Graaf, Forbett, Bentz, Jensen Bay, Jared Eccleston, Dan Turner, Mitch Haas, Brian Walk, and Matt Hayward round out the 10 provisionally at the moment. Good to see John McDonald got the Warbird, the 27 car, the BMW, already functioning relatively well. He's a part-time sim racer, more full-time real-life driver these days. I think he does more hours behind the real car than he does the sim, but he's doing a fantastic job out there at the moment, just in there on a 37.0. So familiar names: Thomas McCall, obviously Warren Baker, Phillip Antoon, aka Maverick, and the GAMAFLARE Matchfit car as well. So good to see some familiar names out there, and look, a lot of fast guys still yet to come. I can certainly see the list out there, and there's some quick boys just holding their cards at the moment as we approach the final 15 minutes of this practice session.
Yes, time winding down, and we talked about, you know, having a clear bit of track even just to do some practice, let alone during 15-minute qualifying. And you can just see here, it's Dion de Graaf in the BMW there, actually having to pass the Ford there to get a clear run onto the start-finish straight. But these guys are treating this practice session like a race. So.
Yeah, well, you can see there on your graphic, it's, you know, it's a bit of an argument going. Well, not an argument. They've having a bit of discussion about who's going to go first. So that's
are they?
That's Jared Ecclestone and De Graaf just maybe getting in the zone there for what it's going to be like not too distant future when the lights go out and they get down to business.
You think so?
Yeah.
I would definitely say so.
There might be some history there, boys. You never know.
There could be
a little bit of history.
Welcome to the box, Sean McNamara. So we did give you an invite before, obviously a bit busy or going through some details, mate, but I just briefly covered off what we were talking about earlier, and do you want to just revisit that start procedure for the viewers at home so they can know what to expect when the lights go green?
Yeah, sure, mate. So obviously in iRacing, we have lights. The drivers have lights that they can see. Being a rolling start, it's going to be a little bit different from the restart procedure after a safety car. So we're probably going to have the field all bunched up, coming over Lukey Heights together. The weaving will stop. They'll bunch up nicely, and then the lights won't go green until they're basically all on the front straight near the start-finish line. So they'll be nice and close into turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, down into the hairpin. Can't wait for that. So, but the restart procedure, we're going to let them go at pit lane entry. So they'll be coming onto the straight at full race pace, and that's probably the safest way to restart the race.
Oh, definitely.
So yeah, you'll see a little bit of difference there, but it's going to be epic down into turn 1, turn 2, 3. And we've got 500 Ks of this, so I can't wait.
Yeah, looking for a good, somewhere around 114 laps there, Sean. Hey, now just a quick touch base. Obviously, I briefed earlier, said that obviously under safety car, pits will be open for obviously strategy, but not penalties. Is that correct?
Yes, so under safety car, you can definitely come in, get some fuel, get some tyres, do whatever you like. But if you have a penalty, that cannot be served under the safety car or the restarting lap of the race. They have to complete one full green lap before they can serve any penalties. So I'll be doing the driver's briefing in about 3 or 4 minutes with the guys to let them know. Yep. They've had the rules for a couple of weeks, so I can't understand if they don't know something. That's pretty much on them. But all these rules are just to make it nice and safe and an awesome watch for people at home.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Well, look, we do really appreciate what you do, and don't hesitate if you want to touch base throughout the broadcast. Just send one of yourself or your merry men to come down and give us a brief on maybe some dramatic moments that have gone on that we may have missed and you want us to touch base on. But yourself included, I hope you are not too busy today. You and your team do a fantastic job and enjoy this one, Sean.
Yeah, thank you very much. You guys have a good call. And yeah, big thanks to Peter Vanderberg and Dylan Radford for giving me a hand. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Yes,
So
thanks, Peter and Dylan. J-Man.
Yep. Yeah, so, hey, look, now, obviously time's clicking down. We've only got just over, what do we got? Just over 10 minutes of this practice session left to go. So what I might do is try and just see if, you know, well, technically he doesn't work for us, but he certainly drives a car that has our names and our sponsors plastered all over it. So I might just get Mav, aka Phil and 2, down into the box and just really upset his rhythm in the final stages of this practice session. Mav, you got us on comms?
G'day, boys.
Mate, welcome to the broadcast and welcome to the Phillip Island 500. It's been a frantic road for yourself to get here. Obviously, all this is relatively new to you in respect of the iRacing thing, but a long-time racer. Just wanted to see how the nerves are, mate, and where the head's at.
I don't have any nerves, but not really sure what I'm doing still. So, going to look forward to the race and just take a lot of lessons from it, I think.
Yep. Now, driving the Mustang, Phil, have you, at this point of time, and look, it's fine if you don't, but or you don't want to say, but have you worked out fuel loads and stint lengths to this point, mate?
I think I just worked out a stint. I had it all wrong, and I've just come up with something. I don't know if it's going to be the right strategy, but again, just going to suck it and see how I go, I guess.
Yeah. And so on paper, Phil, is it fair to say the Mustangs, obviously with that V8 under the hood, be looking somewhere inside 34, 35 laps for a tank?
Yeah, correct. It's around, I think it caps at around 36.
Righto. Hey, look, driver briefings just commenced, so I might let you go and listen to that. And go well, mate. If you're in some fresh air, we might catch up for a chat in a bit.
Yeah, would love to. Thanks, guys. Have a good
Awesome,
call.
man.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, mate.
See ya.
I'll let you take this away from here, Dave. I'll just have a little bit of a listen.
Thank you, J-Man. And obviously, thanks to Shawnee and the boys up in the stewards, the live stewarding booth there. Hopefully, they haven't got much to do tonight, to be honest. And obviously, you know, just saying, we don't want to see too much elbows out stuff here. But we do want a great race. And yeah, a little bit of an insight there from Phil Antoon. Very, very new. I think he's about 5 weeks old, iRacing. So, obviously still coming up to speed. And like he just mentioned, we'll take some lessons from this race, if nothing else, as we still continue to see drivers trickle in. Not long to go now, about 8 minutes left in the practice session. So, yeah, guys still trickling in. Awesome stuff. Who we got eyes on there at the moment? Dan Nolan.
Yeah, Jigsaw Racing Mustang there. Beautifully presented car.
Yeah, Peter's car looks fantastic. J-Man. So just the usual malarkey in the driver brief there, I suspect.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess, yeah, just right now I got in the background, I have got the wonderful tones of Sean McNamara, just giving them all the ins and outs, basically, just letting them know they don't want to pull out the band stick too hard. So if they all toe the line, I'm sure it'll be a great race. But yeah, just touching base on that stuff there, Davo, with Maverick and the Mustang. So did have a look at some predictive numbers earlier. And yeah, it does look like maybe the Porsche and BMW with the slightly lesser fuel burn might make a couple more laps. I think 35, 36 at full race trim.
Yeah.
On a really fast flowing circuit like this in the Mustang might be a stretch, but hey, look, we are going to find out very shortly. But predictive for a lot of the drivers, they're probably going to burn through around about 305 to 310 litres of fuel in this one. Likelihood of strategies barring too many safety cars, I think you're going to see a lot of guys work around a 3-stop. You may see them do a 4-stop with a short fill So we'll see how that all shakes out. There's a lot to play out in this one. First and foremost, though, we are only minutes.
We are.
Just 5.5 minutes away from what will be qualifying, and this one is going to set the tone. You know, I'm looking through the list. Stefan McCartan's laid down the gauntlet early. Track condition maybe not as optimum as some of these guys have seen during the week, because we saw the times a little lower, but however, Bent's right in the mix, just under 2/10 away from it at the moment. Rian Leonage, we've seen the performance out of him on a Tuesday night in a supercar. He does look pretty handy in one of these, but Forbit, De Graaf and co, all there already. And yeah, like I said, these final laps that you're about to see, I think the guys will be starting to lighten the cars right up.
Under 5 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, in this 45-minute practice session as we wind down before qualifying here. Quick 15-minute qualifying. J-Man's been over all of this as I ran away there.
Yeah,
Getting
look, we
prepped.
just gave the viewers a moment there, just of silence, watching the cars go round. Anyone brave enough for a last to first challenge? Well, Shelby, that would be a fantastic drive if somebody does that. But look, anything could happen. Obviously, weather looks good at the moment. We don't know what the outcome of that will look like, but wouldn't that be spectacular if somebody could do that?
Oh, look, and a race this long as well, J-Man, quite possible. So, anything can happen. A reasonably big field here today as well, with over 30 cars out on track. Long race, fatigue will play a little bit of a factor. I think the weather is looking pretty solid, J-Man, actually. I'm just getting a whisper in my ear. I don't think there's going to be any problem weather-wise. So, yes, it should. So basically, the boys are getting optimum conditions to race in. Couple of new guys, couple of old hands, couple of, you know, and just throwing a splattering of seriously, well, at least one we know of who's on screen at the moment. Rian, super quick, young fella. So look out for him. J-Man,
Yeah.
it's winding down. I'm almost nervous for him. I mean, qualifying is so important here, isn't it? Track position on such a flowy circuit will be important in these opening laps.
Yeah, I think, looking at the grid at the moment, just upwards there, so heading towards the 30 mark there. I think if you're in the top 10 qualifying, it's certainly probably going to make for an easier first half. But I think this is going to be one of those races where the business will be around about lap 85, lap 90 is when we really start to see where these drivers are going to shake out, given that we know that, somewhere in those 30 to 35, 36 laps is a fuel load for some of these cars. Maybe a little bit more for the Porsche, maybe a little bit more for the BMW. However, it's going to be certainly, I think, a battle of just cool heads at the start, Davo. I think that'll be the key here. We saw it at Winton. It was all pretty concessionary or civil at the start, and then it ramped up at the end. I hope we see a little bit of that on this one, and everybody comes through unscathed. And
For sure.
yeah, especially turn one. We know when they tip down there through Doohan Corner, it's incredibly fast, and if you don't manage to keep it on the black stuff there, it's certainly a hard track to get back on to the southern loop there, turn two. So
Few more seconds left. Couple of boys still out there. Now, like we mentioned, some of these guys have had more track than more time on track than others, just obviously in general, but also here in practice for Phillip Island. We've seen the boys out practicing throughout the week. We've been keeping a pretty close eye on it. And we, obviously this practice session has reflected what we've seen so far as we wrap up. There you go, wrap up the official 45-minute practice session. And we will actually just, again, remind everybody, viewing from Sky to get onto that QR code, get over to our YouTube channel and hit the like and subscribe, and hit us up in the chat box to go in the draw to win this MOZA R3 bundle. Awesome prize, so get amongst it. Prize book
right,
for the boys, J-Man, sorry.
Yeah.
$1,000, so plenty to play for, even in this qualifying session. And I think J-Man was just giving me the heads up that they are rolling out, no doubt.
Yeah, no, they are out. There's just a formation lap that they're just coming out on now. Just trying to see who kind of made it out first, and it looks to be, I think, Roger Forbett in the BMW out there. I'm pretty sure he has got the most fresh air at the moment as he looks to go and get into it nice and early. Obviously 15 minutes will blow by pretty quickly in this qualifying session, and we've seen these sessions, Davo, how quickly the totem changes. You could be up the top one lap and then down as far as 15th the very next lap. That's how fast it evolves. So
it's so true.
Yeah, we saw, I think it was only a matter of days ago, I was watching a qualifying session when one driver actually just happened to be the final car out to cross the line with about 4 seconds to go, and made a very, very good lap. So obviously track evolution is something these guys do think about. You know, every lap laid down, maybe the track's just gripping up a little bit more. So we'll keep an eye on that as he does cross the control line and start to run down. And he has got... Who has he got? It's got Dion de Graaf in tow.
De Graaf, yep.
So a couple of BMWs out there already. De Graaf closing really, really quickly up into Southern Loop, turn 2 there. So we'll just see the braking performance of De Graaf down here as they head down towards turn 4, Miller Corner. Or Honda for the old money.
Well, showing your age there.
So who is that tucked in the Porsche just in behind there?
That red one?
Blue one.
It's not the... Let's have
Okay, that's Jesse Simpson and the
the blue Porsche. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the McLaren there, J-Man, because there is a very similarly coloured McLaren out there today. And now he's third car in behind that. But we are going to see, who was it? Forbett first indicative time.
Yeah, De Graaf up the top already.
There you go.
So on the opening lap, here we go. Numbers will tumble. Okay, so De Graaf with a 36.3 over Jesse Simpson that was trailing those two in the Porsche. So getting a little tow, a little bit of a reference from the two BMWs. But look at that, Rian Leonage already up to the top spot for now. Runs deep through turn 1. Misses the apex. Actually had to do a little bit of an inside pass there on one of the Mustangs. And I'm not sure who that was. But plenty of guys just making the grass at the moment, so already pushing incredibly hard in this qualifying session. You mentioned it, Dave. They know how important it is to try and get a good starting position here. McCartan, the fast guy from practice. Stefan is up the top, 36.0.
Yeah, this qualifying session, they are short, and it is very hectic. And the clear example, what you can see on track there, not a lot of room for these boys to get a quick lap in.
A little bit of car volume requested in the chat there, Dave. I'm not sure if you can do that. Look, the lovely tones of these cars, especially the Mustang, it does sound fantastic. Not sure if that's an option, just a request.
We might be able to work something out.
So into the 35s now, Stefan McCartan, 35.9.21. So very, very close to the time that he ran in practice session. Good to see the local boy, Jason Bentz, inside the top 5 right now, Davo.
Absolutely.
Got the Quantum Mustang working really, really well. Plenty of expression from the car over the top of Lukey Heights there, just right on the teetering edge of adhesion up there that time through. So pushing hard, works it up a little bit too, coming out of turn 11, turn 12. G'day, Jonesy. Good to have you tuning in there, mate. So once again, lap by lap, the numbers keep getting lowered. 35.7 now for McCartan. So he's starting to find some pace out of the Mustang right now. John McDonald just sitting in the back there as well. That's a good tow. If John McDonald can just grab a couple of tenths, just watch the brake marks there of McCartan and maybe just improve his time. He's currently sitting P14 in this qualifying session in the Warbird BMW. Adjustment on the headset there.
You good?
Yeah, good as gold, mate. We're just getting comfy because, you know, I think we've just gone past halfway through this qualifying session and you and I got to buckle up for a fair duration, as do the drivers. We predict that this thing's going to run for around about 2.5 hours in full race trim to complete the 500 kilometres. Drivers all know what to expect. They've been briefed now on the format, what race control's looking at. They've got a job to do, and look, I'm sure every one of them out there right now is fully focused and pretty excited about what's about to happen once the lights go out. As we see McCartan in the lane, Rian currently sitting P2, 36.0. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Definitely, if you've got the opportunity, obviously live to Face TV Sky 83, another great way to watch this broadcast today, and we do appreciate the support from those guys as well. What's your focus on there, Davo?
Volumes.
Right. Okay. Volumes. It is.
Yeah, mainly volumes. Just working on that for the viewers. Hopefully that is a little bit better, and we get a bit of feedback from Stu. But yeah, look, just we're on Jason Bentz at the moment. Got himself in a good position in the top 10. J-Man in 7th at the moment. We have mentioned a couple of times the calibre of the field. So to be in the top 10, I think in this field is a no mean feat. So nice work from Jason. But still a few guys out on track as we start to wind down. Only less than 5 minutes to run before we go green on 500 Ks. J-Man, eyes on the only McLaren in the field in Matty Haywood. J-Man.
Shout out to Matty Haywood there, rocking the McLaren. And look, I think that thing there will end up being a great package for the distance of this race. I expect it to hold its balance pretty well throughout this race, and maybe look after its tyres as well. So just watch that space with Matty Haywood currently sitting out of P6, and he's just recently banked that lap in himself. Eccleston and Forbett all displacing Jason Bentz, aka Richo, down. So like I mentioned, it will go right down to the dying seconds until we see this totem, this leaderboard stop shifting around, because they will push it right to the very last second.
Yes, we see it week in, week out. Actually, on we do a lot of broadcasting, J-Man, but we see it throughout all types of racing, don't we? It doesn't matter what community we're looking at. So awesome stuff. Just it's just that competitive nature. Like, these guys are some of the best drivers in Oz and New Zealand out here on track today. So it's to be expected, really. The fight is right to the end in the qualifying sessions. Only a few minutes yet to run. Jason Bade has literally, that car has been in the practice sessions every day this week. There's been a practice session. That car has been on track, so no surprise to see him in second position. And I wouldn't hesitate, he will cut, a pretty consistent lap time all day. He will be so comfortable in that car, given the amount of practice he's done.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out, Vaughan. Cheers for the feedback on the vols there, mate. And shout out to the Warbird of John McDonald. So obviously proudly painted by VRM Paint. So that's Vaughan Martin there, just I think supplying the air tools, the brush tools to I believe John McDonald, and potentially Mitch Haas's 777 entry, the Mustang. So the 777 Import car. So great to see there, and got some of our other good friends logos on there as well. So shout out, and hopefully Mitch Haas goes well. Is currently sitting P12, so very accomplished there in iRacing as well. So be looking towards seeing the progress there. But you mentioned Jensen Bade, lots of practice, and hey, look, it bodes well. Currently sitting provisionally on the front row with Stefan McCartan. Got a lot of very, very quick drivers just tucked in behind him, and the margins are tight. You do have to go out to P11 to drop into that next second bracket based on that top time being a 35.707. So awesome qualifying here today at the Phillip Island 500.
time is ticking, J-Man. Only a minute to run in qualifying, and then it's going to get serious. I tell you, is it going to get serious? Just, actually, cameras on. Here's another one that has been in every practice session this week as well. Is Wally Baker. There in one of the Matchfit Mustangs there, the blue on blue, double denim Matchfit car there, so
Yeah.
nice work, and he will be hitting very consistent numbers no matter where he is in the field, J-Man. So yeah, watch that car as well. Only seconds to go though, J-Man.
Yeah, look, not a lot of personal best coming up now. I think just sort of scrolling through my data at the moment, and you know, there's a lot of guys that may have seen the best out of their qualifying efforts or the tyre at this point now. So just watching intently as we just watch these last guys. We still have got around about 8. Oh, how many cars? Okay, we might have. Yeah, we've got quite a few already back into the pit lane, I think. So already done. The guys just winding it down now. So Stefan McCartan, barring anything very, very late, looks to have sealed that pole position here for the Phillip Island 500. Yeah, cheers, Ethan. Enjoy the stream, mate. And yeah, shout out to any of the drivers out there you're supporting today, mates. And sure she's going to be a ripper.
That it is.
Good little battle going on there, Dave-o.
That's Antoon just holding
Yeah.
up the graph and Bence.
And Jason Bence, yeah.
So,
Bence has actually gone personal best in sector 2.
he's got the toe here too.
And De Graaf best in sector 1, or personal best in sector 1. So what does that do?
Oh, Bence went up.
Okay, so Bence, yeah, just grabbed Haywood there.
Nice work for Jason Bence there.
Yeah, be happy about that. It was a good last little push, just tucked in behind those ones there, and I don't think that Antoon upset those guys too much. He did pull off into the pit lane, but great qualifying session here, and not too far away, Davo, and we will be going to grid, so probably an opportune time to let you do your thing.
Yeah, oh, look, I will just see if we can get the some practice results. No, that's what we want. I'll stop clicking buttons. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. What we are going to do is we're going to talk about the prize pool for these drivers, J-Man. $1,000 up for grab. Some really seriously nice silverware to boot. A little bit of free merch. But yeah, plenty to play for, and these these guys take it seriously even when there's not something like this up for grabs. So yeah, some serious stuff here. Also, SIMBLACKS throwing in a $400 voucher just to top it off there. Also, the viewer giveaway, which we've been talking about since the top of the broadcast, the MOZA R3 bundle giveaway, awesome prize from MOZA and the peeps at GAMAFLARE, and we obviously going live to Sky 83 today, so we'd like to include you in that giveaway as well. So if the Sky viewers want to just get their phones out, we'll flash that up a few times throughout the race, so you can get your phones out and scan that. Get over to our YouTube channel. All you've got to do is get over to our YouTube channel, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, your notifications, and then get in the chat box and give us a shout out, and you too can go in the draw for that awesome MOZA R3 bundle. J-Man, are we G'd up or what?
Yeah, we are absolutely, and yeah, I saw someone shout out earlier, the Light McQueen car looks good, and it does look fantastic. The fact that it's sharing the front row with Stefan McCartan, And then obviously the list goes on. We've obviously got plenty of support in there ourselves. We do see the GAMAFLARE logos aplenty on there as well. So and Matchfit. So that is awesome stuff. Looking at this grid, just
Mate.
waiting for the safety car to start proceedings. It's a fantastic looking grid. Great paint schemes. Lots of support. So yeah. Well done to all the drivers and everybody in behind the scenes to get this one off the ground.
So 28 drivers, J-Man, in that field. And we, the boys, well, the lights are going to go green, ladies and gentlemen, but it is a rolling start. So they're going to do a formation lap behind the safety car. And look, these guys will be nervous, J-Man.
Yeah,
well, I know some of them for sure. As we see the field pull away, exciting stuff. I'm nervous for them, J-Man, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a hold your breath moment down there into Doohan Corner, and then you know, to be offline as they come through turn 2, the southern loop, it's not ideal. So we can only hope that they all get through there safely. But however, yeah, look, 114 laps is a long time around here. So if it goes a little bit south in the opening lap, there's still plenty of time to come back through and make a strategy and a race of it. And you're really looking forward to this one and just seeing what that early pace looks like. Like I said, the Winton 300 was pretty civil. It was a little bit of a procession at the start by, I think, our normal standards of what we normally call. Obviously, the race formats that we do on a weekly basis are a lot shorter than this. So, look, they've got time in hand, so cool heads prevail. And look, a lot of good quality out there as well. Just looking right throughout the list, these guys are here for a reason. The majority, this isn't their first rodeo.
No, definitely not. There's definitely some boys here with some time under their belts, that's for sure. And yeah, look, there's plenty of talent up the pointy end of that field there. So big, like a healthy range of talent right throughout the field, to be honest. But like any race, there's always going to be a winner. And look at that front row, J-Man. Stefan McCartan, Jensen Bay, Rian on row 2 with Forbert. Oh! There's some,
yep, so the call's gone out, Davo. Weaving's to stop basically at Lukey Heights, so they'll all get into formation now, try and get as close as possible, looking for this race start procedure, looking for the lights. So
safety
all
cars
in full
in.
control of Stefan McCartan now, has control of this race.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. We're about to go green. Matchfit's 2026 Phillip Island 500. There is a safety car in the pits.
Green flag, green
are
flag.
Up. Here we go.
A little bit of too wide into turn 1 already. That's Bence looking to the outside of Forbert. Tucks up in behind Jensen Bates. So Rian got a good start to that race. Slots himself into P2.
Yeah, just saw looked like Bence pass made there on the exit there as well. Good, clean start to 1 and 2, J-Man. Coming down to the first big stop. This is where things can go south, but look at this. Very, very tidy. All of these super tidy. All these boys well aware there is 2.5 hours worth of racing. 114 odd laps. So good, clean stuff, J-Man.
Yeah, look, at a nice getaway there from the controller of the start, Stefan McCartan. He's just got it off the line nice. He's holding a slender half a second gap now over Rian, who got a great start to that race and managed to just slip on by Bence. De Graaf's had a great start as well, so he's up 4 spots. Jason Bence is up 3 spots as well, so those are the movers and shakers. I guess probably looking towards Mitch Haas down 3, Nico Cordia down 3. Yeah, and that's Warren Baker's to have made up a few spots as well, so he's had a good start to this race as well.
Very tidy start, J-Man, as they get around and through to 1 and 2. That is McCall going backwards off track a little in the Aston Martin there in the background. Just regathered there. He's just sort of stuck on the inside there. He's just got to get a careful re-entry there. Let the boys file on past. But
yeah, so it's...
what a start, J. Lap 2 here in the Phillip Island 500.
Yeah, good to see.
Good shuffle there. So Bench went from 6th to 3rd, J-Man.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
yep. And he's in the thick of it now. He's tucked on the back of Rian, and he's got Dion de Graaf just tucked in behind him as well. So
who went up from 8th or something to 4th. So nice work.
Yeah. Yep. So good start there. All running good pace. Obviously, first flying there it was 1:42.1 for Stefan to be the quickest car out there, but rest of them all pretty tightly bunched throughout that pack. As we go back down, if I have a look, Jared Eccleston, he went down 3 spots down to P8. He's got a bit of fresh air at the moment in the Boost Mustang. Good sights on Nico Cordia, who also went down 3 as well. Mitch Haas, like I mentioned, he went down, but he's back up again, 3 spots. So a lot of Mustangs there in the mid pack at the moment.
Look, this is great. These boys putting on a show already. Lap 3.
Yeah.
When you go McDonald in behind Turner there, J-Man.
Yeah, in behind Turner and in behind the Matchfit car of Phil Antoon. So who's that tucked in behind? That's Brian Borg, right on the back of the Warbird as well now. So that is an angry little pack there at the moment. So a little bit of sorting out to go there.
As is, you only don't have to look too far back there. I think it's the Dan Nolan, Adams and Baker. It is, yes. That little trio there, the Petters car, one of the BMWs, and Warren Baker in another of the Matchfit, the double denim Matchfit car there. Blue on blue. Why not?
Thanks, Tint Supreme. We owe it all to Davo, our obviously our director and our technical guy all in one. Sorted the sounds out.
Oh, yes. Yes, we got the balls up. Thank you. We love that. A little bit interaction. You know, we need to get kept in check a little bit, don't we, J-Man, every now and then?
Always, always.
Well,
don't leave us unattended.
So,
Highly unadvisable.
super clean start, J-Man. Very impressive stuff from them. Actually, just look at Ben's. Look, and he is a cheeky bugger. He did say that he was only entering to keep Rian on his toes, and we both had a bit of a giggle at that, but there he is, keeping Rian on his toes.
the local boy from Phillip Island is he's out there and he's currently running P3, and look, he looks a little bit racy at the moment. Looks to have sort of just maybe altering his lines there to try and have a look, but I think at this stage tyres are all fresh. I think the cars are relatively competitive at the moment, so they might have to play the long game on that one. But yeah, just looking at Cordia now, just come up on my radar there. He's just starting to put a lot of pressure on. Okay, that might be a back marker there. I think it is.
So Cordia's got Eccleston behind him. But that is for position.
Okay.
That is for position, that little battle there. Cordia in the Porsche.
Yep.
J-Man. So nice work, Nico. They're also up 3 positions in this race, so a good healthy start for Nico as they roll in and over for another lap. That Mustang, look at the grunt. Here we go, we'll just stay on this for a bit. The punch down the straight from the Mustang.
Yep.
Just a little bit of draft and he just sneaks up on the back of it. The Porsche no slouch, mind you. And look, we watched a lot of pre-race practice. There was practice sessions all throughout the week, and look, all these cars do shine at one part of the track or another. Hence the times have been very close. The pre-race times have been very close. So yeah, well, a good bunch of closely paced cars here. Look at that lot. Look at that lot there, J-Man. It even goes further forward. There's still a train of about 10 cars there from Haywood and the McLaren, and then it goes all the way back to Hartnell or something there. No, it's not Hartnell. It's Borg.
Might be Brian Borg, but
Yeah.
hey, intense battle going on at the front at the moment, I reckon. Richo's just seen the numbers. The fact that Stefan McCartan's made over 1.1 second gap on Rian now, and he's well on the wick up on the Mustang. Just banked the fastest lap round. Last lap round was a 1:35.812. So he has got that thing wound up. We'd be interested to see what lap time Stefan does this lap. Okay, so no improvement there. It was a 35.9. Rian 36.1, Bent's a 36.1, and then a whole rain of 36 after that, a little bit later in there, sort of 36.7. So Bent's looking to get a wriggle on. I can sense that he is watching Stefan just pulling away a little bit, may want to just kick out here and try and go with him.
Yeah, and look, and I think he is aware that obviously the Graf has got Bade to deal with, and Forbert not, far behind him. So look, they're sort of holding themselves up a little bit, as is Cordier and Ecclestone in the background. So they need to get a wriggle along, to stay in touch with front runners there. And then we can see back a shot every now and then, that massive train of cars. It goes
huge.
from Haywood, Edgar, Mackenzie, Simpson, Turner, and Turner, another Turner, and Brian Borg rounding at the back. Awesome stuff. Yes, we close to that one come on too.
Yeah. Hey, look, welcome aboard, Maddie. So that is none other than my daughter looking to jump in on the promo, and why wouldn't you?
Well, I wanted to, absolutely. As we get out of the back of Dion de Graaf's car and Bade. Now I call Bade. I got money on him to be right at the pointy end of this field at the end of this race. So many practice laps, he will be very comfortable in that car. Look at him putting pressure on de Graaf.
Yeah, nice move down the inside of turn 1, doing corner, and so the Porsche not lacking any straight line speed against the BMW. And that's Roger Forbert's joined that little trio as well, so not too far up the road. They have got eyes on Benz and Rian as well, so good pace from those guys that last lap round. They were very much on par with the leaders' laps that last lap round too. So Antoon, Dan
Borg.
Turner, Brian Borg, and
there's a lot to unpack there, isn't it? We'll get over the rear wing of Phil Antoon's car. Look at what he's got on his hands here.
Yeah, he's busy.
That looked like an angry pack. Phil looking a little bit like the old bloke in the fast lane on the freeway at the moment. These guys keen to get past, headlights ablaze in the BMWs, windscreen wipers going in Borg's car. I think he's mixing up his headlight flash with his wiper button there, J-Man. But awesome stuff. That is a little battle royale going on there. Remembering all for position, obviously still Everything running. Look, what a stellar start to this race, J-Man. Good, close field here. This mid-pack is hectic. The leaders are staying close. No one running away with it yet. And no accidents.
No, look, race control's been put on standby really at the moment. I haven't heard from them. I did hear a little bit of a whisper from them at the latter stages of qualifying. There was a little bit of a pit exit incident that wasn't really worthy of me saying too much. However, they've been basically sat down and said, enjoy what you're watching, boys, because you're not required yet, which is fantastic.
It is,
from these drivers and for us. So
absolutely, J-Man. Awesome stuff. And the battle continues, actually. And let's give a shout out. Who is that I saw up in the distance? Not sure. Anyway, hang on. Let's have a look. I think it is. Who's in front of Cordia? Oh, Eccleston. Here we go. This Cordia Eccleston battle here has not gone away either. I think
that's Eccleston through on Cordia, I think. Yeah. So look to make a move down on the outside of Honda or Miller.
We have a replay for the viewers there, J-Man, just popping up on screen now, ladies and gentlemen. There, that's that move. Just caught a little wide there, I think. Nico, J-Man.
Yep.
That's all it takes here. Particularly tricky corner that two. Turn 2 there. Double apexing, blind, off camber. Test anyone. But yeah, that battle going on. You mentioned earlier, Forbett was starting to get involved with that Bay de Graaf situation there, which is 4th and 5th respectively. So he's actually closed that gap to de Graaf now, even more so. We move further forward, and I think Stefan has probably taken advantage of the boys that you can see back a shot there, Rian and Jason.
Yeah, well, I just saw Rian actually have a little bit of a moment coming through turn 2 Southern Loop. There was a little wide, and it sort of inspired Bents to have a good look down the inside. So that could be a strong suit there for Jason Bents as the tyre wear comes into play. We know that the front right of these cars is a tyre that takes the heaviest amount of wear here. So as this thing progresses, we know as well, lap 9 in, likelihood going to see the first pit stop somewhere, barring a safety car, around the 35, somewhere around that mark. So we'll keep an eye on that. However, I just do see, is that Hartnell made a stop? There you go. Maybe not.
We can get pit stops up. There we go.
Lane Hartnell, no, maybe not. Might have been just a glitch in the data. Would be a little bit early unless they're going to reverse strategy it and maybe take the short stop at the start of the race and run long at the back end. But look, we haven't seen anybody really step out of line at the moment. It's like I said, it's relatively civil in the early stages here. They're just going out to just try and... Oh, we do see that is the McQueen car off, and that was down at Southern Loop. Turn 2. Maybe get us a bit of a replay there and see what went on there, because he was towards the pointy end.
Just lost the... It looked like he had line, and then it just got out of the marbles there a little bit and literally just drove straight off the track. Wheels turned. That has allowed de Graaf and Forbett to sneak past there. So major error really there from Bade. Unfortunate as he regathers.
Yeah, everyone running this one solo racecrafts. It is a non-team event, so all of them out there just got to dig deep for around 2.5 hours out there. There's a big look there on Eccleston from... Who was that? Sorry.
It's Eccleston, Bade, Forbett, de Graaf.
Yep.
The whole four of them together there, J-Man, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Look at that little train there. So that is pinched up somewhat in the last couple of laps. Oh, and there goes Forbett. gets through on the graph. Down in the
Yeah,
one there.
set that one up, got the run. So 2 seconds is the margin now. Stefan McCartan has over Rian Leonard and Jason Bentz, who have been battling since the lights went out 11 laps ago. These guys have absolutely been trading for second and third. Still obviously, you know, don't have to look that far up the road. 2 seconds in a 2.5 hour race isn't a long time, but they certainly need to maybe look to pick the pace up a little bit, because Stefan has got it all his way at the moment.
Oh, absolutely, J-Man. Great start. Obviously qualified on top. Clearly comfortable in the Mustang, and a force to be reckoned with behind the wheel of the Ford. So, and look, these guys have been going at it, particularly Yards and Benz have been going at it since the green flag dropped, right? So Benz sneaking up in behind Rian very early in the race, lap one, gaining 3 positions odd to put that car where it is down. Just and pretty well everybody behind it's been elbows out, hasn't it, between a lot of them? And here we go again. It's the graph now. Benz looks like he wants to have Bane, should I say, wants to have a look.
Yeah, it's a long way round there. Turn 1. If he can live there, he'll have rights to turn 2 at Southern Loop. Gets it down there. He's going to try and take the Mustang of Ecclestone with him.
Oh, Ecclestone, he's in the right spot for it too here. But they've got to get down into the braking area here. David, can he pull it up? Oh, he's got it.
Just, yeah. Nice work.
That's classy stuff. Nice work. Just literally threads the needle, puts the car in between the two. Not a lot of space actually in between those two cars.
Yeah. Some high racing IQ from both those drivers there. DeGraaf doing a great job to cover, and also I think Ecclestone did a good job to just wrestle that Mustang up just a little bit short of the apex there, just to make sure there was no contact. So
absolutely.
Good stuff out there. And here he goes, has a look down.
Into 10.
Did he get it? Yeah, he's on the outside here. So this battle's still going on. These guys are trading, and this is just giving a free pass here for Jensen Bade.
And look, neither inside or outside's a good line on this corner here, J-Man, to be honest. Oh, a little bit of guard touch there. Very tidy stuff. 2 skilled performers here, J-Man, at work. A lot of respect here on track. Here we go. Into 1.
This isn't done.
Side
this
by
isn't
side.
done yet.
It does not get any better than that. Oh,
and look at Cordia here, ranging up on this battle as well. So they've just invited a big group by way of battling and not taking the optimum line here by going side by side. DeGraaf wins the battle.
Cordia!
A little bit of a touch up there.
Leaning on the back of the Mustang. We were off the roof of the Cordia at the time there. Lucky not to turn Ecclestone. Ecclestone just dealt with it.
He did.
Very, very top-notch stuff here, J-Man.
I see the Warbird has gotten through on the Mustang and Phil Antoon, and Antoon's now got Dan Turner in tow as well. So Mustang got the BMW right on the back of him at the moment. So good to see McDonald making some progress. He lost a few spots off the start of that one's game. A couple back, he's only 1 spot down from the starting position. So starting to come into endurance mode. This is a guy that in real life does like the longer format of his racing. Himself and Mark Mudgway campaign a BMW, and look, I think the longer this goes on, the better it'll be for John McDonald. So yeah, we wish him well going forward.
Mate, it is all going on at the pointy end here. Number 11 Boost Mustang up the side again. That J-Man into 1. Now he's got the rights to the left. Oh,
nice cover job there from De
From
Graaf,
De
but
Graaf,
has he
but
done enough?
I don't know whether he actually did it on purpose or whether he just got stuck out there. Oh, that's a out of place vehicle there. The I don't know. There might be Tony Nicholas. It is Tony Nicholas in the back.
Yeah,
there.
Tony
And look at
Nicholas,
what's going on with Cordia in the back as well, side by side. And now look who's
That's tight.
and we got Harwood there. All of a sudden.
Yeah, look, there's a really angry pack that's just joined this party.
Edgar, Mackenzie, J-Man.
Yeah, Haas is in there as well.
Graaf and Eccleston side by side again. Again, this is not over.
Hard to take your eyes off this battle, Davo.
They look, and aren't they doing a fantastic job again? Just a little bit of gizzing, and
It's
down. Oh, stunning drive from both of these boys.
Yeah, that's amazing driving from these two. But look, it's just doing nothing for the lap time, and they're just inviting all these guys to the party.
And there's a few of them. It's not
Yeah,
just
there
one
is.
or two. There's like 4 or 5 of them coming to the party. And here we go, down into one again.
De Graaf pulls to the inside. Here's a look. Is this it? Is this the final part? It's done. It is final. What did it take? 3 laps, maybe?
I'm not putting money on that it's over yet, I'll tell you.
No.
But look, and what you've been alluding to is that train of cars. Look, we are looking out of the opposite back wing with Jared Eccleston's car, and look at that lot. An angry pack of cars that have gone, oh, look, there's a position, and it's 6th. We all want it. So they're getting amongst it and getting over there. And look at the difference it makes a car there. We've got a BMW, we've got a Porsche, we've got a Mustang, we've got a McLaren and a Mercedes in that little train of cars there.
And hey, and it wasn't that long ago, Davo, that we were looking, and Jensen Wade was part of this battle with
True.
Eccleston and De Graaf, and now he's checked out some. What is he up the road? He's around about. Just trying to have a look. What is he? He is. Is he 4 seconds up the road? Is that what it's costing? I think it has. Yeah, it has. Yep. 4.5 seconds up the road he has made since those guys went to battle.
And look where he is on Forbit now. He's actually got some of the gap back, but it just shows you how fast Forbit was. He patiently waited until something pretty much unfolded in front of him, and then got out in front of him yesterday, man.
Sorry, Haas and Cordia doing the same thing that
There we go.
Eccleston and De Graaf are doing. They're side by side, down through and still doing the same through Southern Loop.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. I tell ya. Look at this. 3 wide into the breaker white area, anyone?
Oh, a little bit of contact, a little bit of gizzing there, down into Miller, but they all come out of it facing the right direction. But Cordia just getting a little bit of, how's your father?
Oh no, he's gone deep. De Graaf's gone deep. He's let both of them pass, J-Man.
And who is that? None other than Shane Edgar in the mix now as well. So good to see the Mercedes in there.
And he wants it. He just watched everybody else roll past De Graaf. He's like,
Oh,
oh no,
they've
here we
driven
go,
it.
no!
It's a rotation. We've had them.
Oh,
They've
it's a
done themselves a
multiple.
mischief down the bottom.
Oh, it's big. And
Okay, so there we go. There's our first incident. Now that car of Shane Edgar has got no front clip on it. It is going to hurt the performance. So race control get their first opportunity to unpack a little bit of drama down at the bottom, turn 10. And it was all probably transpired by, I think it was a move down there. Was it was the Porsche. Was it Jesse Simpson? Maybe not. But
No,
hey,
it wasn't Jesse
one
Simpson.
thing I want
no.
to point out too, and I meant to talk about it about 3 laps ago, David, was Brian Borg. Now check this guy out. He has been quietly achieving in the background, but I tell you what, he could provide a highlights reel for the first 17 laps of his race because he is up 20 positions. Now somebody mentioned on the YouTube at the start of the broadcast, could somebody do it from last to first? Is this the guy? 20 positions in 17 laps. Brian Borg in the Mustang.
Well, hey, look, and when stuff like this is unfolding, as we just the camera guys have actually wound this back. They found it. When you got stuff like this going on, yes, this last to first or last to the podium at least is available.
So it was actually Edgar that went down the inside. He went down the inside.
The McLaren, was it? Oh no, it's the Mercedes.
The Mercedes of Shane Edgar went down the inside of the graph, which ended up transpiring that BMW into the side of Eccleston's car as well, I believe. So
tough gig.
Hang on a sec, Davo.
Definitely a toughie, that one, ladies and gentlemen. And some well-damaged vehicles there. It was only a matter of time at close contact. And look, if nothing else, anybody that has survived it is still in one heck of a battle, because look at that train of cars. It doesn't seem to have changed too much, although look at Edgar's car. Edgar's car looks like a busted grab.
Yeah, well, look,
at that.
He's just copped a drive-through penalty as well from race control, so it just goes from bad to worse. Okay. So look, he went for the option there, and it didn't pay off. However, still early days. Lap 18 of 114, still plenty of time to come back from that. Okay, we'll just have a look at these margins up the top. Now, I'm just going to quote the number. Stefan McCartan does hold a 3.9 second lead over Rian Leonard. And Jason Bentz still glued to the rear bumper, effectively, of the Mercedes for second and third. And then we drop back from there to Roger Forbett, who is in a battle now with Jensen Bade, who made his way up to Forbett by way of leaving at the time. I think it was Eccleston and De Graaf behind. So he has progressed up.
He left the chat, remember. He was in front of all these boys. He was actually running behind Bentz, and so he went off and let Bade went off and let Forbett and Eccleston past, and now it's taken him a while, but he's definitely on the back of it. But like I was saying earlier, it just shows Forbett's pace. He patiently waited until something unfolded in front of him, and when he got out in front, look at how quick he is. Bade taking several laps to close that gap in, J-Man.
Yeah, I can tell you that Edgar opted for purely that drive-through, got that out the way nice and early. So excellent. That car doesn't look to have too many straight panels on it, Dave. It's had a big hit in the front and also the rear, obviously stationary at the bottom there, turn 10. The pack coming down the hill couldn't avoid him, so a lot of damage on that Mercedes.
It's getting a little quick replay at the start of the race here, actually, J-Man, from the boys on the cameras. And what a stellar start.
Yeah, it was fantastically.
So, and a few movers and shakers as we saw Bentz up 3-odd position. A little bit of a shuffle around. There was a couple of losses, but quite a few gains just in that top 7 or 8 drivers. Big shuffle. What didn't change was Stefan McCartan out in front, J-Man. So just a quick, it's a half-hourly update, if you like.
Yeah, nice. So only 2 hours to go.
Only 2 hours to go, that's right.
But yeah, watch the space with Brian Borg now. Next car for him to chase down would be Mitch Haas, who kind of just avoided all that carnage and came out nicely into P7. He was literally in touch with them on the back, and he was engaged in the battle with them. didn't have any involvement, just came out of it unscathed. So Mitch Haas with a nice run there. And is that Bade through on Forbit?
Oh, I tell you what is going on though. Looking out of the back of the Graph's car, and it is on.
Oh, yes, it is. Yep. So that is, reignite that battle
Porsche.
with Cordia de Graaf. And
two of them went past.
Yep. Got the Warbird in there of John McDonald, Jonathan Turner, Dan Turner in there as well. So that's a good pack going forward.
So plenty of shuffling around. Look, I suppose, nice work. A lot of these cars that were involved with that that incident there earlier, that Edgar was also involved in, look relatively unscathed and seem to have plenty of pace. So apart from maybe de Graaf's car, after just losing a couple of positions there, but the cars look relatively straight and like I said, showing some good pace. So unfortunately for Edgar, probably the most damaged car from the incident, and also the one that got the drive-through, J-Man. So it's a tough gig there, brother.
Yeah, no, it is, and it cost him a lot of lap time, and you can see it by way of who's coming up on track. He's got Jensen Bade running out of fourth position, just closing down in on him now. And what can I see up there? Okay, so that must be the Tony Nicholas car. Just running a little bit off track there as Bentz and Leonard come through as well. So, man, those guys are still going at it. It's like a little bit of a chess match going on between those two there, because I'm sure if Rian had any more pace, he would have tried to go with Stefan.
Oh, Cordia around, I think unforced. J-Man got... sorry to interrupt there.
You're right.
Yeah, it looked like it was unforced there. Yeah, just sneaking back on track there now, but... yeah, interesting. It looked like he just got squeezed up trying to make a move on McDonald down into the bracket area there, 3. And so that's put Cordia back, looks like about 3 odd positions there as the rest carry on. And we have been talking about, like back of the pack to the Portian races. And, man, I'll tell you, some of the boys down the back are getting a free run here, aren't they? And making some good, healthy position changes, and are getting up into that top of that mid-pack there. Nice work.
Yep. Just an update on that car, the 017 car. Brian Borg just watching his progress, just trying to chase down Mitch Haas. He was a half a second a lap faster that lap round. So lap time's starting to fall away. So as the tyre starts to wear now, we're seeing a lot more 37s creep in to the lap. However, last lap round for McCartan, 36.4, 37.1 for Rian, 37.0 for Jason Bentz. Jensen Bade still got a ton of pace in that Porsche at the moment, 36.6 last lap time around. So watch that guy. Watch Jensen Bade. As I just give him the commentator's curse, and he has a big moment as he comes up to Lukey Heights, and now that puts a lot of pressure on him from Roger Forbit, who he was pulling away from. But that car did look like it's hanging onto its tyres relatively well based on his late pace, lap 23. Like I said, we'd expect to see these guys somewhere in the 30 to 36 lap mark for a big dose of fuel and another set of tyres.
Sorry, I'm just like, I just noticed the Mercedes just forward of Eccleston there, and of course that would be Shane Edgar. Mercedes after a little bit of gaffer tape and a hammering and a drive-through as well. So probably a couple of visits to the pit lane for that car over the last couple of laps. J-Man.
Yeah, up the front there, Leonard and Bentz just rounding up some lap traffic there. That's just really add a little bit of spice to what was already a battle. I just, was praying that everybody got through there nice and safely, and they did. So the battle resumes. However, the gap now outwards over 5 seconds.
So they have been inseparable, J-Man, haven't they? Since Bence just snuck up those couple of sneaky positions, pretty much in the first half of the first lap there, half an hour ago. You have been able to pretty much throw a blanket over these two cars. Stellar effort from both drivers. Such close contact racing is no mean feat, very difficult, takes huge commitment and racing IQs and skill to keep this up for 30 plus minutes. As we saw in the background a little earlier on, can quite easily come unstuck.
Turner and De Graaf, sorry Dave, on the final turn there. Turn 12 were side by side. They just had an awkward moment rounding up Tony Nicholas there.
So just picking up on Borg.
Okay, Borg did pass.
Hart.
Yeah. Okay. So that car now up 21 spots. It's a P7. So this is effectively a last to what may be finish. And we've still got a long way to go. Great race pace. His last lap round, which obviously included a pass, was a 37.0. Eccleston in front of him, last lap round was a 36.5. So see if he can drop back into those 36s now with a bit of fresh air and a good air gap in front of him. He's got around about 11 seconds to make to try and get on the back of the Eccleston and maybe Forbit as well, but Forbit was with Bay. Yeah, so that battle is all still there.
So just keep up on a replay. Turner going past De Graaf, J-Man in the background there, and De Graaf's car, although it doesn't look unscathed, is clearly not driving properly and is slowly going backwards as we speak.
Yeah.
He's obviously trying to stick it out to his scheduled stop, without a doubt, you would say, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's probably driving to a plant. You're talking about De Graaf there?
Yeah, well, he got tangled up in that
little
accident earlier, and he's just losing positions here. Slowly but surely over the past few laps there. To, I think, right up to, what was it, Mackenzie, McDonald, Simpson, Turner, it's just steady sort of decline for that car, unfortunately so. Like I said, maybe a little bit wounded, I think. Good work from McDonald, actually, up 5 positions, J-Man.
Yeah, like I said, the longer this goes on, the more it plays into JB's hands, because he does like to play the long game.
10th. So he stuck the car in the 10th position, so nice work from Turnbull.
Yep.
So good battle there actually going on in behind McDonald, that little group of 4, Simpson, Turner and Turner there. So Jonathan in the yellow and white Mustang, and Dan Turner in the blue and white BMW. In charge, De Graaf there actually just losing a position to Haywood as well, J-Man in the McLaren. The McLaren was right in amongst that little melee too earlier, and looks like was unscathed. And as we speak, De Graaf into the pit lane, J-Man.
Yeah, so one would call that possibly a little bit earlier, but maybe he's just dealing with something that he's got to just try and get that done early, maybe get a couple of little repairs. Do see a little bit of damage as well on the front right of Jonathan Turner's Mustang as well, so maybe a few repairs in these first initial pit stops as well we might see, just to tidy these things up. It is a long race.
Absolutely. So, Borg, the standout there, 21 positions up. Mitch Haas, 4 positions up, and John McDonald, 5 up, as is Dan Turner, only a few cars back from him. So, yeah, some movers and shakers, to say the least.
Yeah, good battle there too, Turner and obviously Turner, Simpson and McDonald. It's a good battle, and we do see a recovering, I think it's Nico Cordier in the back of shot, is it? Hang on. Yeah.
No, I think
Matt
that's
Hayward.
Hayward. That's Hayward coming.
Matt Hayward in the McLaren.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and then Cordier. So obviously Hayward just snuck past de Graaf before we saw him go into the pits there. And obviously then the other boys in behind, as in Cordier, Hartnell, King, and the like. Also, yeah, I just spot the denim, the double denim Warren Baker car. Looks fantastic. Does have a fairly hefty punch in the front of that car too. So maybe things may not have been going his way somewhere. But doing pretty good all the same, J-Man. In the top 20, in 19th there, just as we see, that is Tony Nicholas exiting the pits in the bright yellow Aston Martin. And I got a funny feeling that car may have been in the pits more than once. Let's just bring up what we've got going on here. Tony Nicholas. Oh, only one stop. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yep.
So Stefan Adams been in once. Dion de Graaf, as we saw on camera there. Shane Edgar's clearly been in. It doesn't show his penalty drive through, only his stop for repairs. Phil Antoon's been in the pit lane. Tony Nicholas as well, J-Man.
Yeah. Yep. We might just let JB here just
We might do that, and we might just get, well, we're just a little bit of a lull here, not quite. John Boy would probably say it's not a lull because he's got lots of cars behind him. We're going to flash up this little promo code here, well, not promo code, but a QR code to get our Sky viewers. Thank you very much for joining us. Our Channel 83 Sky viewers, to get you involved with our viewer giveaway that we run on our YouTube channel. Get your phones out, scan that QR code, get over to our YouTube and click on the live broadcast that you're actually watching right now on your TV. But get on your phone and get over there, hit the like and subscribe button and your notifications, and then drop us, hit us up in the chat box there, and YouTube will go in the draw for this awesome little prize, the MOZA R3 bundle. If you haven't got into sim racing yet, good way to start. If you're already in it, you need an upgrade, even better. Jump over here, give us a shout out, and you too can go in the draw. Talking about prizes, obviously we have seen some very serious racing going on today. So far, it's only 45 minutes in a 2.5-hour race, and it is pretty serious stuff. And you know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because there is a lot to play for. These guys, $1,000 prize pool up for grabs, some really nice silverware, some free merch thrown in, maybe some Mentos as well. Those lollies or something. Anyway.
Yeah, apparently we could see Mitch Haas for the black jelly beans, so apparently he's proper stocked. So if you like black jelly beans.
That's right.
Yeah, but no, that's awesome. Yeah, get amongst it. It's a great opportunity, and yeah, I mean, this is what you could participate in if that's your thing. Get amongst it. We will be doing more of this in the future. However, it's all about the now, and I was going to tune into John McDonald. I'm glad I didn't, because he had a mirror full of Jonathan Turner, who in the recent past actually made that pass and he's got none other than Dan Turner on the boot lid now, so
Yeah.
it doesn't get any easier. The Warbird is in the thick of it, has a look to the inside, down at Miller. I think the MOZA car there, Jonathan Turner left the door half open, but like I said, John McDonald does play the long game and doesn't
Very
look for
well.
half chances.
No,
Yep.
very, very well, J-Man. We see now Eccleston pass Forbett as well. Did we miss that? Either way, we do have Eccleston or Forbett still continuing to chase down Eccleston at the moment in the BMW. That is the out of position Shane Edgar. Mercedes-Benz out in front. J-Man we saw come into pits with some front end damage, and
Yep.
that is so down Eccleston. That interests me that he's I thought Forbett was in front of him. Anyway, either way, Jason Bade holding our fourth position at the moment. Nothing much has changed at the top, maybe apart from the lead that Stephen has got on the rest of the field. I think that's the only thing that's changed. It's just gone up. So it's nearly 3.5 seconds from Stephen McCartan back to Rian and Jason Betts.
Yeah.
At it,
We
J-Man.
got. Yeah, can we get an update? Dion
Yes,
DeGraaf
yes.
back in the pits, as is Ryder Taylor and Tony Nicholas. Oh, hang on, no, Stefan Adams is in the pits. So was that the second transition there through the pit lane for DeGraaf? I thought I heard you call him in earlier.
We did. So Dion DeGraaf, 2 stops. Yes, you are correct, J-Man.
Okay.
So we pick up on the Eccleston car. He has snuck past that out of position Shane Edgar there and has his sights on that bright red Porsche down the road. He does have another out of position car to deal with before he gets to that, mind you. That is the McLaren of Matty Haywood there, which has done a pit stop. That's why he's out of position there. So he's already come in for his scheduled stop there. Oh, and there we just talking about Eccleston. And he's just got out of the marbles there. Got a little bit wide into the entry of 2 there. That's put Forbett back. And tricky stuff. These guys, as there's, I mean, obviously tyre wear will be an issue. The car weight, loads are changing, obviously, with lower fuel loads. A little bit of brain fade maybe sneaking in, but also they can be preoccupied with making sure they get their pit stops right and the timing therefore. So we're starting to see some scheduled pit stops like J-Man I think calculated was about this time, but I just wonder whether these guys are a little distracted sometimes, J-Man, and just that slightest of run wide, it gets you in the marbles there, and it's trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and they're starting to negotiate off-sequence traffic now, as I just saw Rian and Jason Bentz, and Bentz actually just scrubbing the tyres, because when he made that pass, he was out in the marbles, so obviously a little bit of pickup on the outside of turn 12 there, and just decrease that margin for Rian just a little bit. It's probably the furthest we've seen since this race started, but yeah, definitely those first initial pit stops coming through, and I think the opportune time for some of those drivers that were involved in that turn 10 incident just to tidy those cars up a little bit. I did hear race control just spark up. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but something just brought to their attention. So I saw Dan Turner in the lane, Davo, so I'll just get a read on Dan Turner's pit lap there. Okay.
Let me look at that for a moment there, J-Man.
Yeah, one stop for Dan. So that is John McDonald still trying to hang on to the back of who is that ahead of him. Bring up my data. That'll be Jonathan Turner in the Mustang. So lap 32 done of 1:14. Stefan McCartan still leading by around, what is the interval? Okay, so it's around 8 seconds now over Rian. Jason Bentz just off the back there, obviously a little bit of a gap. John McDonald pressing on. What was his numbers looking like lap times wise? Okay, McDonald last lap through 37.8 versus Turner's 37.6. So Deg's starting to come into play now. The lap time really starting to fall out of these cars, given that we saw them in the low 36s. Obviously, Bentz still holds the fastest lap of the race on a 35.8. Be interested to see with track condition and a new set of tyres whether that gets lowered inside the next 5 or so laps once drivers come in, get a pit stop. Okay, so
Okay, man. We're starting to wind towards the first hour of this race. We're expecting probably about 2.5 hours, J-Man.
the race leader is in, Davo.
Race leader in the pit lane. As is a few other cars there, I notice as well. So a little bit of a flurry of pit stops there. I'll just see him rolling past the Cordia, Nico Cordia Porsche, and the Nico Cordia Porsche actually just leaving the pit lane. Now Jason Bain stays out there across the start-finish line and down into T1 in the Lightning McQueen themed Porsche car there. The Cayman. Borg also across the line as we see one of the Aston Martins just roll out. I think that might be Thomas McCall. Yes, it was. He is quickly going to have, I think that is Dan Nolan in the background there, right on his tail. Then that stellar looking Mustang there.
Okay, so that's significant. We just saw, Rian pass Stefan McCartan in the pits, and that was probably by way of fuel. 47.4 seconds in the pits there for Stefan versus 38.4 for Rian. So that's an interesting scenario. We're going to start seeing the strategies come into play. I think that Stefan, based on what we've just seen, is loaded that thing fully back up with fuel, going for another long run.
Long runs, yep.
Yeah, with potentially a short fill at the back end. So looking towards a maybe a 3-stop strategy here today. So obviously we'll know a little bit more once this race progresses, but that's significant. Sure. So he can see Rian out on track. There's a car between the two of them. I believe it is Phil King in the 32 Porsche. Yep. In between them, so unstopped as well. So Phil likely going to make a pit stop in the not too distant future. We are on lap 5, so
lap 35.
Lap 35, sorry.
So now it's the that first phase of pit stops here. Obviously the comms team's just sort of got to get the abacus out and recalibrate a little bit as this all sort of irons itself out, but not only us, so as do the drivers need to just, as we just see the curtain.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot more stops. Sorry, Davo, this lap here. I'm expecting Bentz and Bay.
For sure. So McCartan there just giving the Porsche a little bit of a flash of the headlights. I think that was Phil King just going, come on, mate, and sneaking on past. But yes, look, the boys he will want to stay in with Rian, and again, it's all about, you know, just recalibrating, going, okay, you know, Rian's probably thinking, well, what has Stefan done, and vice versa, and knowing how much or little to chase or not. So these guys will just settle back in and just do some calculations in their head, look at the lap time, and just try and get back in that rhythm, J-Man. Like you said, we will see a flurry of pit stops now as we see Bade in, we see Borg in as well, J-Man, and
Bent's the one. We had a talk to him in practice, and he did talk about 36 laps being the mark. So we are on lap 36, and he's still out there. He's currently leading this race. Does have the fastest lap time of the race. Came in effectively from what was P3 in the race, and he is stretching this fuel run right out. I certainly hope he's got enough fumes left in the tank to get round, but I'd expect to see him in this lap. No notable sign of throttle.
Just bringing up the fastest car. Stefan McCartan's showing on my data there, J-Man, too, just quietly there.
Top speed? Yep.
Yeah, top speed.
And what might that be, Davo?
Hang on. Back up. 259 kilometres an hour. 259 kilometres an hour, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, awesome stuff as they roll down that hill into T1 there. So amazing race so far, J-Man. Jason Bentz, like you mentioned, into the pit lane, and everyone's aware. Obviously, we're going to see Rian also be monitoring where said Bentz comes out, as will McCartan be worried about where Bentz comes out as well. We'll just get a gauge on it. Here is Rian and Stefan just coming out at 10, up around through the left-hander and into this final complex of left-handers here before they run out of straight. Bentz still on the jacks. J-Man, here comes Rian. This is going to be close. Still on the jacks.
Yeah, Bent's still on the jacks. He's gone for a big mouthful here. He'd be somewhere similar, I think, to the fill that Stefan McCartan took. Somewhere around, he was 49.1 seconds versus 47.4 for Stefan, 38.4 for Rian. An update for Shelby. Biggest movers and shakers pre-pit stops was Brian Borg, up 21 positions.
Yep.
At this point, probably biggest hard luck story would probably be Dion de Graaf, down 19 positions, and what is a very, very fast BMW. So those are the two biggest movers and shakers, or movers and losers. But it's not done yet by any stretch. 37 laps in of 114. So
absolutely, J-Man
lost a lot to Rian, but
well, I think he's
that's
even
not
lost.
it's not the end of that story though, mate, because
No.
that's obviously a strategy playing out right there that we're going to see come back into effect later on.
Exactly, and we were just talking about that as this started to unfold. These guys will be recalculating in their heads, getting back in the rhythm, just checking their lap times and also their opponent's lap times and gaps and gains. And so there'll be just that the abacus will be out. They'll be calculating things. Yep. Anyway, we are an hour in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just go back and revisit this little incident that we had in the past 30 minutes. And you see Edgar, I don't even think he wanted to be down the inside there on de Graaf with Nico Cordier on the outside in the Porsche. He just could not stop that thing. Got it all locked up and into the side of the BMW and finishes it off. Some well-damaged cars there. bunched what was already a very bunched field back together as everyone scrambled. Edgar, the loser out of that, not only getting the most damaged car out of the incident, but also getting a drive-through penalty from the stewards for his efforts. Tough gig, tough race so far for some of these boys there, J-Man.
Yeah.
But awesome start as we go back live.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't the first lap. However, it was unfortunate. I can't actually remember what lap it was on, but we had quite a few under the bank. In the
16.
bank, 16 was it? Yeah.
Yep. So just in the last half an hour. But the race continues on, and the dynamic has changed. I wouldn't even say somewhat, but a little, J-Man. Obviously, Rian sneaking out into the lead, pipping McCartan in the pits. But have a look how close those two cars are now at the moment, J-Man, as they negotiate some lap traffic. I think, is that King's car? It's King's car. Yes. Obviously, Ben's losing a lot of ground on these two. So these are all those names: lead cars, Rian, Large, Stephen McCartan and Jason Bentz. But there has been a shuffle.
Yeah, and you can see that now, that battle really starting to form as Rian starting to negotiate through some traffic, and that gap really closing down. Stefan starting to put the heat on as they come out of 9 down to 10. One more time, heading towards lap 40.
And King would be right to just get out of the road here. Try and let Stefan sneak through sooner rather than later here. When these boys run through, the stewards will be keeping a close eye on what's going on here.
Yep.
Being where they are in this race, J-Man, you would expect that they'd negotiate that just fine as they did. These guys have genuine raw speed, J-Man.
Yeah, no, they do. So just trying to get an update post pit stop. So McDonald back to P15 in the Warbird car. He has got Jesse Simpson and Nico Cordia up in front of him. So he's got good company ahead of him. Can just tag onto those boys. Nico got plenty of support on the chat. Accomplished racer.
Cordia, well in a battle here. His position in 13th at the moment, definitely not safe with Simpson and John McDonald tagging along in the BMW. Their headlights are blazed down into 1.
It's a great shot there. P20 and P21. Dave, if you want to get a look at that, there's some advertising for you.
Well, get a load of this as they come down across the start finish line. A couple of Matchfit Mustangs there. Into 1. The noise. The speed. Phillip 2. Wally Baker there. These guys both very, very new to iRacing. J-Man 2, mind you.
Yeah.
I think Archie's excited. The parrot, if you can hear the parrot in the background.
The Matchfit mascot.
The Matchfit mascot. I mentioned the Matchfit Mustangs and he's going off, you know. It's to be expected. He's a supporter. But yeah, these boys have a little ding-dong battle here.
Yeah, McCartan going at it now too, as well up the front. So I think it's a matter of time before he looks to try and size up a move on Rian. always keeping the fluid uptake. Devo, cheers for tuning in, mate.
Thanks for reminding me. Good on you, Steve.
Bit of neck oil.
And thanks for tuning in. Monty there, actually, Mark Mudway as well, there, J-Man, who was actually signed up for the race, but unfortunately was unable to make it. So, what's the next best thing, J-Man? Tune in and get amongst them.
JB looking racy here, actually, on the back of Jesse Simpson. So, looks like he's got a little bit of pace and a new set of tyres and another mouthful of fuel. This thing's looking pretty good. We saw him up in the 10th position before the pit stop, so
Car looking solid. John, smooth as silk. As always, J-Man, we know John's style is definitely much a long distance racer. Just smooth as silk. Lost a couple of positions earlier in the race, but now back to his starting position, sitting in 15th at the moment and looking clean, J-Man. What are you looking at?
yeah. Oh, just Jesse running a little deep.
Yeah,
and
I
then
saw that.
McDonald
He's
goes to
come
the
back.
outside at turn 10. A little bit of pick up on the tyres there. He was right out in the marbles, so saw an opportunity, went for it, come together, but he'll stick with them and have another crack, I'm sure. How are we going up the top with
The boys, what have we got going on up here? It is close. No, man, that is what it is. And there's not even a car length between these two.
Yep.
McCartan,
They're going at it.
We talked about them, having just to settle down, get back in the groove. The car's got fresh tyres, big lump of fuel in the back of it again. And they just need to settle in and look at them. A couple of GAMAFLARE cars, to mind you. A couple of teammates. First and second.
I think it's on here. He pulls out of the draft. Looks to go the long way down through Doohan Corner and see if he can get himself on the inside, the southern loop. Yeah, nice move. Hugs that inside line. Gets the job done to Stefan. Finds himself back in the race lead again.
Absolutely. So nice work. A couple of the like we mentioned, GAMAFLARE cars. Obviously, you can see a few Matchfit logos stuck in there as well, of course, as you will see Supercars NZ and probably, if you look closely, Sky 83. So nice work. That's the part at the top. Stephen McCartan takes the lead back. Lap 43. J-Man only 10 minutes over the hour mark so far. Still got, we're not even halfway, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go too far.
Yeah, it's Stefan McCartan, Davo, since the pit stops, obviously with the new set of tyres on it, has gone and set the fastest lap of the race now. Took that away from Jason Bentz. So that mark is now a 35.603. So he's got that thing well and truly hooked up at this early stage of the race. Oh, Rian with a moment goes round the loop, gathers it up. Only a half spin, but where is Jason Bentz?
Just going through one, so still well back. Those guys had a healthy lead. J-Man Bentz back 19 seconds. Now Rian over 5.5 seconds, or climbing to about 5.5 seconds so far. Jason will be aware of that. He will see that on his Delta. And take note, smell the blood. Jason Bade as well, just hanging here in there. Field has spread a little. after the first initial pit stops. But there you go, even at the top, no pressure there either for Rian, and leaps the car up unforced. So how things can so easily change. Now coming up on the back of, I think it's Tony Nicholas. Yes, it is Tony Nicholas in the Aston Martin. And as you can see, he's dispatched that relatively quickly.
Good battle with Dan Nolan and Thomas McCall as well, just coming out of Southern Loop as we speak, and that is for 18th and 19th. And then obviously back behind them, Baker and Antoon still going at it. So good to see those boys still trading.
Absolutely. A little fight with these guys, between these guys. They've been circulating together now for a few laps. Quite a few. And the Aston staying in touch with the mighty Mustang.
So John McDonald got through on Jesse Simpson, Davo.
Oh, very nice.
So that was lap 44, so that was a lap ago.
Let's see if we can get a sneaky replay on that one, and here it is, it's down into one. Oh, and Simpson, once the overlap came from the BMW, just yielded immediately. So good, brave, send it move from McDonald, gets the job done.
Yeah, Mudge, you'd be happy with that one. Well, now
Okay,
eyes
nice
forward. Set the sights on Nico Cordia.
Brian Borg and Turner still close. J-Man in the top 10 there. A little bit of a gap back to Haas. And then Haywood rounding out the top 10 in the McLaren. Had an up and down race as Haywood. But, and actually, I mean, you look at his gains. I think he's actually down 3 positions from his starting position. He's clearly had an up and down race, but still in the top 10, so nice work. Maybe just a bit of a snaggy race. Mackenzie, the next car on the list there, J-Man in 11th. And you can see actually both those cars, Matt Haywood's McLaren and Mackenzie's BMW, in camera shot together. Behind that, Edgar.
Yeah, and Edgar's done a great job digging himself out of a hole after that turn 10 incident there. He's just really driven himself back towards, you know, the mid-pack here, and looking still, I'm sure the sights are still set on trying to get in the 10 because the car was fast. He was amongst some good battles there with De Graaf and Eccleston and co back when that happened. So, yeah, plenty of time left in this one for him to still make his way forward.
Yeah, for sure. And just staying involved too, you know. Very easy when you've got a severely damaged car like that and lost so much of what you'd worked hard for, is to get out of the game and load that car on the trailer. But yeah, just muscles up, gets in there, puts the band-aid on and gets it back out, J-Man. And running in 12th position too, mind too. So not a bad effort.
Oh, Bence just did the nice round up. It was tight margins, Dave. If you want to have a look at the replay on that, just rounds up Ryder Taylor from Taylor Racing down there, out of 1 before 2, and literally just cleared the nose of that Mustang to get that lap done on what is a back marker now for Jason Bence. Super tight stuff. Just shows how tight it is even when you're trying to stay in your own lane, race your own race. Things can happen, and that was very, very tight.
Going on there. Taylor's having a bit of a rough trot, keeping that thing on track at the moment. But plenty going on all the way through the field. J-Man.
Cheers, Wayno. Good to see Wayno tuning in. Another awesome Supercars NZ representative and good friend and partner of Matchfit as well. Good to see everything's looking good your end, Wayno. Now this battle forming Davo, McDonald, Cordia, Edgar is starting to tighten up a little bit. So Cordia really has caught the back of Edgar now.
Hang on. Haywood off track there. Let's get a replay of that. I just spoke to McDonald there, just as you started to call him there, and we could see Haywood coming back on track.
Yep.
So a little bit of unforced area there. Get that thing all crossed up. Easily done. It's a hard catch. And back on track, bringing probably half a cubic meter of gravel with him to as you can clearly see in the graphics. It's actually a testament to the iRacing people, the way they do that in this game. It's amazing. So great simulator. So Haywood recovering. Like, I was only just calling a couple of laps ago. He's having a bit of an up and down race, and there you go. It's another little half a step backwards there. So there, Jesse Simpson just in front of that took advantage of it, as did John McDonald, who you were alluding to while we were just seeing that happening in the background. Nico Cordia and Shane Edgar, who we were only just moments ago talking about his come back from a mishap.
Race to recovery, yeah.
Race to recovery, absolutely. So nice work. And I think he's in, is that the, I think I know that logo, South Canterbury Removals.
Removal, yeah.
So we know those boys. Done nice work, Shane. Good stuff. But he's got a lot on his hands here at the moment. Let's just get over the bonnet of Nico Cordia's car. Nico Cordia applying the blowtorch, J-Man, as they run out of turn 10 there and back up the hill under the sign there and into this final tricky little. It looks simple on paper. It actually looks simple just to look at from the camera here, but it undulates a little bit through that second apex. Very long, tricky off-camber blind. There you go. Windscreen wipers going. I think that's Universal GT4 signal to I'm coming past. So
yeah, and Shane doesn't even contest it there. He literally just got out of it, let him go through, and McDonald not too far away. Yep. So who was that? Matt Haywood, I think, in the pits. Yeah, so Haywood in the pits.
So Haywood in the pits again. Where is Mr. Haywood? There is second pit stop for Matty Haywood, J-Man. There's a couple others that have done 2 pit stops. Dion DeGraff and Tony Nicholas. 2 others that have been through the pit lane more than once today. Who isn't in the pit lane is Brian Borg and Dan Turner, because they are out there bumper to bumper, BMW v Mustang, and this has been going on for some time.
Yeah, so he made great progress up effectively 21 positions, and it's plateaued there. I think by way of pace as well. I was monitoring the lap times. Roger Forbett, next car up, he is I think another 10 seconds up the road and lapping at a very similar time. But here we go. There is the pass. Dan Turner goes through in the 836 BMW. textbook pass there for Dan. Around about 5 seconds difference in the pit stop times for those guys. So by way of Brian probably putting a lot more fuel on as well. After a very, very good stint, 21 positions made, lots of right pedal going on there. So now Turner just coming up on the back of a lap marker, which will be Nicholas.
Nicholas in the Aston.
Yeah.
Martin there, J-Man, and we just see Tina. Dan Turner sneaking on past. Maybe he does Tina Turner on the weekends. I don't know. You know. Anyway, I'll stop now. Dan Turner.
Yeah, and back a little bit further back, McDonald really starting to work over Shane Edgar now. So the Warbird on the Mercedes going at it. Gets a good run out of turn 12. I think this will be the move. Goes straight for the outside. He knows if he can live around the outside of turn 1, he'll have right for Southern Loop. So it'll be all about just gets it down there. Once again, Edgar just not really protesting any passes into one there. We've seen plenty of guys go side by side, but not these two. And he can focus once again on Nico Cordia and see where he can go. Currently sitting P11. We saw him in 10th position before the pit stop, so he's making his way back to that top 10. But, it is Stefan McCartan still out in front and does have a good lead now.
And it's, look, and to be honest, no surprise, J-Man, I must say. You know, like, we saw him dominate nearly the whole first hour of the race, you know, getting towards 10 seconds lead on the boys. However, Rian did have Jason Benz to deal with for most of that 45, 50 minutes. But look, the move was made in the pit stops, wasn't it really? So, but once everything settled down, Stefan just got the foot down like we saw him at the beginning of the race, and has been able to sneak past Rian. Rian too, mind you, little mistake from Rian too after the overtake.
Yeah, the half spin at Southern Loop, Dave.
Yeah, I think it was a lap after, or the same lap there.
Yeah, certainly cost him. Hey, we are getting towards, what are we getting towards closing in on the halfway mark, I believe. Hang on.
Yeah, we're past it actually. We're just a little bit past it. So it's still going to be 114 laps, ladies and gentlemen. It's 500 kilometres, but we do have, as we just watched Bence actually go round, J-Man. Sorry there.
Okay, well I have got race control in the comms as you pick up on that, and just want to maybe that halfway point, bit of a catch up with race control, relatively quite light. Sean, so far, quiet afternoon.
Yeah, boys, a bit quiet, but I enjoy it that way. It means that the racing on track's pretty good. That's what we're all after.
I thought you were going to say that's because you get to watch the broadcast rather than
I tend to take notes, mate. I take notes on everything, so it's not just the racing, it's on...
Oh, you're taking notes on me as well?
Oh, no, not just you, both of you. I've got to keep an eye on what's going on, buddy. That's what I do.
Hey, look, you've got a fantastic team, just always ready to do the business up there with you. And look, a bit of an opportune time for you guys just to, for the most part, just really take stock of what's going on and how fantastic the racing has been, Sean.
It's definitely been great. The guys listened to the race briefing, constructive comments too. You want people engaged in what we do here. And mate, to be honest, I've seen some 3 wide racing going on, and it's been, as I said, pretty clean. So
yep.
3 wide, and they're all giving each other space. It's pretty good. So as long as they enjoy it, that's my biggest goal at the end of an event is hearing that. And you guys get to give out the interviews, but it's hearing how the people just enjoy the chat and talk about certain incidents You know, just the positive feedback you get is really cool, and that's why we do this.
Yeah. And hey, looking at it at the moment, Stefan McCartan just very, very fast and very consistent at the moment. Were you expecting something like that from him?
As always with that guy, he's a professional in anything he does. So if he's not, he's probably harder on himself than anyone else. So him and Rian, I actually thought there might be a couple of others in that top sort of 5, 6 taking it to them. Surprising package is how good Jared's going.
Yes.
So like throughout the field, there's definitely been a few surprises. Roger's always up there, Roger Forbert. So. But he's Mr. Clean, he's Mr. Perfect, really, when it comes to driving a race car. You'll never see him in race control's eyes, that fella.
Yeah, okay, there you go. We did note that before he got into the position he was in now, he was very patient behind the people he was behind, you know, like the people that were in front of him. Waited for the mistake to happen, really didn't make a move at all, and the positions just come to you sometimes when you play like that, don't they?
Correct. He is the Mr. Nice Guy of sim racing. I've never said a bad word about anyone. Hence, my teams try to pinch him on more than one occasion, even offering him a lazy $20 here and there. It's quite a funny story, but him and the Misfits team with Scott, they're a really good bunch of guys, and it's a bit of banter that goes on.
Nice.
But it's been like 2 years we sort of played that game and offered him $20 here and there. As we see, Thomas McColl's slightly off track, but it's been good stuff.
Yeah, no, it's
Awesome.
fantastic. It's been fantastic, mate. And you know, I certainly hope that the rest of the afternoon's relatively quiet. You can sort of just tune in and enjoy what is a bit of an arm wrestle going on out there at the moment. We obviously just in the recent past saw a mistake there from Jason Bentz, who was really hounding Rian for that second and third position. Obviously that got sort of shaken up a little bit with pit stop times being quite different. So, you know, talk about over the 114 laps, maybe some guys are reverse strategizing this one because potential for a short fill at the end on the final stop versus we know that Stefan's given this thing a big mouthful of juice in his stop, hence the time. So a little bit of movement there. Otherwise, it's relatively looks full endurance mode now, Sean. The guys settle down.
Yeah, it's game on. I think that's what we can say. It's game on. Rian will know what Stefan's up to and vice versa. I mean, they don't quite race the same cars, but they definitely see each other on the track. So a lot of IQ and probably just a little bit more than what I've got. So, well,
You and me both, mate.
and that's just me being honest. They're bloody. They know everything about the car, the track, angles. You name the homework goes in. These guys are true professionals on the sim and obviously and in real life as well. As we've got Thomas McColl going way off track. I don't know if you guys are watching. I know I keep seeing it.
Well, funny enough, sure, we are watching, mate.
We definitely are. And look, a tough afternoon for Dion as well after the turn 10 incident.
Yes, I had a bit of a feedback from Dion. He says he had the wrong setup in his car, or it's just one of his setups. So the guy can tune a car, but it just chews tyres. So he did tell me he had 13% on his right rear when he finished. So I hope he's listening to the stream, and I'm telling everyone his trade secrets and how he's fast. So he creates a lot of mechanical grip out of his cars, which is awesome. But the downside is that he can chew out.
The tyre suffers for it.
Yeah, 100%.
Looks like we may have lost another one, maybe Mitch Haas by way of PC failure. So that's unfortunate because he was certainly up in the mix too. So, hey, it's been great chatting. I don't suspect it's the last time we'll talk, Sean. And like I said, hopefully your afternoon's relatively quiet. And no signs of a safety car at this point.
Yep, no worries, boys. No doubt we'll talk before the end and carry on with a good call. Cheers, mate.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. So that is Sean McNamara, part of the great team that we have live stewarding here at the Matchfit Phillip Island 500.
An hour and 30 minutes. It's your 30-minute wrap video wrap-up. It's a wrap-up.
Oh,
Race
so we're at the
control.
halfway, are we? We are.
So nice work. So hour and a half in, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour to go in this race. We're over halfway, obviously. So Phillip Island 500 here. The
Yeah, Stefan.
first major event here for 2026 with Matchfit Entertainment. J-Man.
Yeah, so obviously during that little interview with Sean, we saw some, big stuff going on, and that be by way of Bents. You called having that moment there, and that saw Bade go through for P3.
It did.
And then also, I think he called, who was that? Thompson having a bit of a moment. So
I think we were calling McCall going off.
Oh, Thomas
in the
McCall.
Aston.
Yeah.
2 laps in a row, actually. Thanks, Sean. You should be a part of the team. He's watching what's going on in the background.
He's well up with the data.
But it was basically the same off. 2 laps in a row. I'm sure Thomas will get that corner over the next hour or so, and we'll see him flying through it perfectly at the end of the race, J-Man. But like you mentioned there, that little half spin from Bents there, not long ago, did allow Bade to get back through. And look, I'd sort of been backing Bade the whole broadcast pretty well, haven't I?
Yeah.
I just think, because I just saw him do so many practice laps, I know he'll be comfortable in that car. And funny enough, here we go again, and there you go, Wally Baker. So that blue car there is one of the Matchfit entries of Wally Baker. Both of those guys have circulated together, both of those cars, all with quick flash of the headlights, and so very respectful for Wally. He knows Jensen is way quicker than him, and easily got out of the way and let him through. Quick flash of the headlights going, thanks mate, go hard. So these guys, both very comfy in their car. Bade in 3rd position at the moment, Jason in 4th, Stefan McCartan, as we would suspect, and back out healthy lead, J-Man, over 7 seconds back to Rian there. And we saw that in that first, first pit stop there, heading up towards 10 seconds, and he's just done it again. Once he got past Rian, he's off. So amazing stuff there. I just noticed the McLaren back in the pits there. I think it was Matty Haywood's.
Matty Haywood, yeah.
So,
Yep.
J-Man, what do you got your eyes on there, brother?
So it was just a battle that during that bit of a chat with Sean, with Brian Borg and Dan Turner was going on, and obviously Dan grabbed that position.
Yes.
Yeah, and that battle's still going on. So I feel like great progress for Borgie, and he's really slotted in nicely inside the 10 now, currently sitting P8, and it's got a good battle going on with the BMW of Dan Turner. So I expect that to carry on for a fair bit, and obviously we're getting close to that time where pit stops are going to shake out again, and we're going to see some inconsistencies with fuel loads and strategies, because we do expect there to be around 3, if not 4 of these stops.
At least 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've sort of calculated
definitely.
at least 3. And we've seen a few of the boys, probably more due to damage than anything, that have stopped twice already. So as we just get a little bit of notification, and the camera guy says we've got something for us to watch. What is going on here? We've got eyes on Dale Callahan. Oh, there you go. Little spin at 10 there in the Mercedes-Benz there. Very slow little spin there. I think he might have been distracted, maybe just a little bit, because if you look behind him there, we'll get out of the back of that car. I'm pretty sure that's Stefan McCartan coming in hot, the leader of the race. So he could be forgiven for both of you, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And hey, just an update too on the Warbird car, the 27 car of McDonald. He did get through on Nico Cordier, obviously.
Yes.
a little bit ago, and it's just, yeah, headlights are ablaze. He's all business heading into the back half of this race. So got a bit of a gap. What's he got? I think he's got around about 6 seconds up to Scotty Mack. So that's got Mackenzie in the 503 car and the other BMW. So still got his hands full at the moment of Nico Cordia. So that is John McDonald into the 10. So Mudgeway will be super proud of his teammate there, getting that Warbird, the MRX sponsored car up there, doing a great job. Outdoor Effects. So you mentioned Jensen Bade. He's just been quietly achieving this whole race. He obviously didn't need to be asked twice to pounce on that third position when Jason Bentz had a little bit of a moment there, and has about what's the margin he's got there? About 6 odd seconds, I think. So field now relatively spread out, but we're going to see that change very shortly as we go into what is effective second phase of the pit stops, Davo.
Just watching this, Dan. Look at these guys. Just coming through a little bit of lack traffic here again. And this could get messy here.
Better and Borgie, yeah. Yeah, tucks it down the inside,
So
heading up over.
That's Taylor that he's having a bit of a wrestle with there.
Yep.
An out of position Taylor, mind you. And
Taylor gives him a little trickler.
Oh,
it's a great way to get the attention of the stewards.
that was close, J-Man.
Car looks nice and straight though, so he's obviously kept it away from everything. So he's still racing hard.
But has lost some ground, clearly, J-Man there. That is Rian's car that's just coming out of the pit lane there too, mind you. J-Man and there's turn. There is, we're just talking about Taylor. Off track in 1.
Okay, so
Rian's gone back to 8th position. So with a pit stop there, J-Man. But you did call this where we would start to see these pit stops. We wondered whether Rian had light fueled that car, hence the change in the pit lane on the first pit stop, J-Man. So wonder whether he's just having to top that car early now.
Yeah, so I think based on what we saw, he's definitely going to be light on fuel versus Stefan, and also I think Bentz took a lot more fuel on board, so it'd be interesting to see what that, but for me the big one will be the pit stop. So we know that Jensen Bade took a big dose of fuel in his stop as well, so he robbed Peter to pay Paul in that one. So look for Jensen Bade to try and close that margin up on Rian Leonage once these shake down. So
yeah, we're just getting another replay here. Here we go, Rian straight out of the pits, up over the hill, heading towards turn 10 there, J-Man.
yeah,
Is it Siberia? Anyway,
over
the top of the hill. So that was Rian. Round.
Oh, Rian.
Half
Okay,
spin.
so that poses both well for Jensen.
Stop. Yep. Oh, and Jason. And Jensen.
Yeah.
Both of them. So,
Also through on McDonald was Nico Cordia, got that position back.
oh, there you go. Okay.
So I believe we are going to have a bit of a shake-up post-pit stops here on the podium. And I think there's an opportunity here for Jason Bentz and for Jensen Bade.
To move up a slot here easily.
Yep.
Yep.
A little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake there from Rian. We've seen him have a moment earlier, was a half spin. That one was a little bit more.
Yeah, and the car definitely out with the back wheels out in the gravel at the time. So costly mistake for Rian. Not a lot of preparation. Clearly has the pace, but yeah, just as the race goes on, J-Man cracks
McNaughton in the pits.
starting to form. McCartan, you did call it there. A lap or so. This is where we are going to see this next phase.
Yeah, he's
He's done a shorter stop this time.
definitely done a shorter stop this time, 38.3. And there goes, who was that? Was that Nico going through?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it wasn't. It was another one of the...
Another one of the Porsches wasn't Phillip King. It would have been Jesse Simpson, J-Man.
Yep. So that allows Jensen Bade, the leader of this race, to run those times out. We know that he was on the jacks for a long time in the first stop.
Yep.
63 laps in.
So, look, and I mean, Stefan doesn't, clearly doesn't have to worry about Rian now. Comes out of the pits, spins the car on the first lap. I mean, it's just, he can sort of take that a little equation out of his mind a little bit and just relax. But what that has done is put Bade and Bence in that fight for second and third, not third and fourth. So,
yeah, both those drivers you just mentioned, they stopped on lap 35 and lap 36 respectively. That is Bade and Bence. So still got fuel in the tank. I would think those boys to run a bit longer.
Yeah, we noted that Bence in particular took a very long stop to make sure that car was very heavy on fuel. As long as the tyres will run a tank full of juice that big, then happy days.
Yeah.
So we just get out in the front of Jared Eccleston's car. It's not the back, I think it's the the Phil King, should I say, Porsche. Eccleston through, quick as a flash. So Eccleston doing a stellar job, just keeping it solid, J-Man, the whole race so far at a little under an hour and 45 minutes through the race.
And John McDonald staying in touch with Nico here, so it's a good little battle that those guys have had going for quite a while now. They've traded positions a couple of times, and not a lot between them. Not a lot between the lap times and the car pace. And they have got, I believe, who is in front of them? Maybe a lap car in front of them, because the next car for me would be Scotty McKenzie.
So is that, it is two, that's Bade just coming around. Ball, it was too. So ball back. Dan Turner even further back. Dan.
Yeah, Ball stopped on lap 63, so he's taken his second stop.
And actually, and the boys have got something for us to look at here. What is it? It looks like it might be Dan Nolan, yes, in the Pettis entry there. Oh, just gets on the loud pedal. A little too heavy and turns that Mustang around. Now pointing back in the right direction. So a bit of a switch up there. Bade out in the lead. Nearly 9 seconds in front of Bence at the moment. Eccleston actually quite close to Bence, still not far behind that. Oh, what's he showing there? About 100. Oh, hang on, actually. It just changed on me because there is Bence in the pit lane.
In the lane, yeah. So this is an important stop for Bence, given what happened to Rian.
And It'll be interesting to see how long he stays on the jacks this time, J-Man, too, because we, like I mentioned, we did note that he had a particularly long stop.
Yeah, so he's in potentially a little bit early this one round versus the last one. So could have expected to see him go another 3 laps easily based on what we saw. But yeah, great battle now.
Rian across the line and down to 1, taking the position back from Bence. So again, we will see this flurry of pit stops. This will phase over the next probably 5 or so laps, I would suspect, J-Man, maybe even less.
Yeah, maybe even 3 laps,
Yep.
I think. I'm watching with intent with what Jensen Bade does, because I think that will play more into the battle with Rian than the Bence battle would, because we know that Bade got Bence by way of Richo having a spin. So, and the lap times have been good from Jensen Bade. Last lap round 36.6, so he's still got pace in the car late in the stint. You see a lot of the drivers dropping into the 37s as the dig starts to creep in. Once again, fresh set of tyres for Stefan McCartan. Sees him posting some super fast times.
Yeah, solid performance from Stefan so far.
Good drive too, Davo, from Jared Eccleston, currently sitting P2 with the stop to come.
And he's not actually that far behind Bade, J-Man, to be honest. So he's just sat there. It's like a little bit of, just really hasn't shown up on our radar a hell of a lot. A little bit here and there, but just smashing it out, staying in touch and keeping it on the road, the key bit there, as he runs very, very wide up over the hill before running down into turn 10 there. So we'll just get the cameras off you, Jared, and let you focus on what you're doing there. But Roger Forbett actually about the same distance back in the BMW. And Stefan now on the charge and starting to close in on the back of Forbett. And I suspect, J-Man, that won't take too long, given his form, the speed of that Mustang at the moment. I tell you, it's he's got that thing wound right up. 68 laps in, ladies and gentlemen. Race leader, well, not really, but I think so. You know, when this all shakes out, Stefan McCartan currently running in 4th position with Jensen Bade and Jared Eccleston, and also Roger Forbett to pit in front of him. McDonald up 7 positions. Jonathan Turner up 9 positions actually, and they're both running in a 7th and 8th respectively. So nice work from both those boys, and they're actually running nose to tail at the moment.
Yeah.
So nice work.
Very tight.
That is Bence actually just sneaking up behind him there, so he's going to just crash that party sometime very soon, Jamie.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so a little bit of an incident there between Nico Cordier and John McDonald, 69 car and 27 car, but no further incident required. Race control happy with that. That's been a long-standing battle between those guys, and where is Jensen Bade? I'm expecting to see that car in the lane very shortly as we approach lap 70.
McCartan under the wing of Forbett now. It's only a matter of time. McCartan passed. J-Man.
Yep.
So Ben.
Forbett's still on one stop, so he's probably going to go very shortly as well.
So quick replay of the Bents on John McDonald pass as well down through 10. McDonald stepping aside there in the Warbird, allowing Bents just to sneak on past, so that's done. Everybody can just keep moving on at their own pace, J-Man. So that's good, nice tidy stuff, good respect out on track, and Bents on the charge, and so needs to be as well as the time starts to tick down. To be quite honest, a little over 35 minutes out, approximately. So, what are we thinking, J-Man? What was it? 114 laps or 15 laps or something like that?
Yeah, we're at 114. We're at lap 70, so still a long way to go.
Yeah,
still a long way to go yet.
So McDonald,
watching the space because we are going to see some movement very, very shortly.
We are
from Bade, Eccleston, also McDonald, Scotty McKenzie in the pits, Turner in the pits as well.
So Jensen Bade over 10 seconds in front of Jared Eccleston, then Stephen McCurtain, of course, in that mighty Mustang. Roger Forbett, and then Rian in 5th position there, J-Man, just looking over the back of Brian Borg's car there as he, oh look, he just snuck past Taylor too while we weren't looking.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is the leader of the race, Jensen Bade. The red Porsche just in behind him there. So Brian Borg, not sure the pace either.
No, he's certainly going well at the moment. He's pit stopped and ready to go again. And Jensen didn't put up much of a fight when that happened when he went past him also. He's obviously on a strategy looking towards, I would think, at lap 71, a pit stop very, very shortly. So really showing, the Porsche is showing that it can run relatively long. Obviously last stop was lap 35. So he's basically done it again, running long. And this could bode well at the back end if there's a shortfall. He wouldn't have to take too much by way of how efficient that car is operating. And his lap time is still very, very good. Personal best of a 36.0. So very, very close to the likes of Ecclestone, who's just dipped into the 35s for his personal best. So here we go. Does he go back around again or tip it into pit lane? Here he comes, the race leader.
Yeah.
And so this is important by way of what the battle looks like. We know that McCartan will get him, but does the likes of Rian grab him as well? So that'll be interesting. Where is Rian? He's coming up towards, I think, where is he? Lukey Heights as we speak. So Jensen Bade will watch that time. He's already 10 seconds into the stop. Be looking for somewhere around about a mid 35 to 38 if he's going to be in contention to come out with track position over Rian. McCartan already through.
As is Rian there, J-Man, and across the line.
Yeah, okay. So, bigger stop, a lot bigger stop.
Car still on the jacks.
Yeah, he's heading towards 48, towards 50 odd seconds.
There's Spence as well, just
Yep.
on the left there, ladies and gentlemen, sneaking past as well. So big change. Yeah.
So maybe a
Big
definite
miss.
three-stopper for the Porsche of Jensen Bay. Maybe looking like he can comfortably do this in 3 based on the numbers.
Quite possibly. J-Man, we are just going to take this opportunity after those couple of pit stops there as things start to shake it. Just give a shout out to all of our viewers on YouTube and on Sky to get involved with the viewer giveaway here after the R3 bundle from MOZA. Easy to join. This is the easiest prize to win ever. Just shout it out in the chat box. Drop in a comment there. For the Sky viewers, get your phones out there. Scan that QR code. It'll take us straight to our YouTube. Hit the like and subscribe button. And like I said, drop us a comment in the chat box. And you too can go in the draw. We'll spin a wheel at the end of the broadcast. You need to be present, but anyone that's viewing today can win that MOZA after bundle viewer giveaway. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back amongst the racing. J-Man, what is going on?
Well, Stefan McCartan has resumed the lead of this race and does have, a bit over 5 seconds over Roger Forbett, who does have to take a stop very shortly, one would think. And then Rian manages to secure that second spot again. But look, he has got Eccleston. Hang on, who has he got? No, he's got Bentz once again back in P4. But the gap's significant. He's got a good margin at the moment over Jason Bentz. Just try and see what that comes up as. Okay, it looks to be 21 seconds,
At
I
least.
think. No, 16 seconds. I think somewhere around there. I'll just try and bring my data up. But yeah, it's relatively shaken out. Those pit stops didn't go the way I thought in respect of, I think, Jensen Bay, but I really feel like Bade is playing the long game here for a definite potential podium.
I 100% agree, J-Man.
Borg back to his 21 positions up. He has had a super solid race in this opening, 74 laps. He has really performed incredibly. One wonders what he could have done with a car starting well further up the grid.
Absolutely. Forward in the pits, J-Man. Yes, most definitely.
So Rian, sorry mate, just coming up on the back of Nico Cordia and John McDonald, as we see Ryder Taylor just having a big lock-up moment down to Miller.
Yeah, these guys are actually carrying quite good speed, J-Man, although, because I think it's just a bit of nose-to-tail stuff. He's just towing Cordia along there at the moment. Looks like McDonald getting out of that, just going, look, we're going to let this guy through. And we'll get back in at Cordia. On the other hand, we'll carry on and fight. With no doubt getting some blue flag warnings in the process, as we just see. We are just getting it done there, down into 10, J-Man, simple stuff. And those guys will go back to regular viewing and keep punching it out on track. The Warbird against Nico Cordia's Porsche came in there. Where are we? 75 laps in, ladies and gentlemen. And it has been an awesome race. We're just over the 2 hour mark now. Let's see if we can find some highlights. There was a couple of...
Oh, you might want to look at car 27 down at turn 10 there. So
we just... First little highlight here, a little bit of a mistake from Rian there with a half spin, not doing his progress any good whatsoever. As did Jason Vance as well, have, I think, pretty much in the same place. No, it wasn't actually. Rian's was in 2-2. And Vance here having a similar sort of spin. Out of 10 there, J-Man in the last half an hour. Both of those guys on the podium pretty much until then. How things can change. A pit stop thrown in, a couple of half spins. And those guys now fighting for their positions at the pointy end. J-Man, you were calling car 21?
car 27, John McDonald. I just heard the race control light up there. Wasn't happy about something down at turn 10. So obviously he's been engaged in a good battle with Nico Cordia. So
yeah.
No further action required. So race control said play on. So that's probably all fair in love and war, because I think the last incident between those two cars was play on. So lots of feeling out there between the 69 car and the 27 car at the moment.
And look, these guys are no stranger to each other either. So there's a history. But yeah, these guys have clearly raced together before. As we get back to the action here, J-Man, we are just ahead, and to be honest, hasn't got that far away from these two either, mind you. So I said, as we come back on the back of them, these guys were carrying a fairly solid pace together anyway. So nice work from those two boys, actually. Bence now leads Bade. You can see both of them in camera shot. Bence's car looks damaged, J-Man. Is it a bent on the front of that car? Oh, I'm not sure. It might just be Davo's old eyes, but his times don't show it. If it is damage.
Yeah, look, I think maybe that front splitter's taken a little knock, but nothing too serious, I don't think.
See Bade, back a shot there. Sneaking up on the back of Shane Edgar's Mercedes there, out of position.
It's a scattering of cars in the pit lane too now. It's obviously I think Hartnell's in there. Matt Hayward's car's in there. Yes, there's a few cars scattered up and down pit lane at the moment, but look, at the moment it's still Stefan McCartan. Got a good healthy lead over Rian Leonarge and Jason Bence, who I don't think is going to have this his whole way, because Jensen Bate is certainly in the rear mirror as they come out of Miller Corner. He'll see him at multiple times on the race circuit. And we have a safety car.
And we have a safety car?
Yeah, not sure what's happened, but we have a safety car.
Interesting.
Yep.
First safety car for the race. J-Man, to be honest, given the quality of the racing and the driving standards so far, we have had comments from race control as well saying how good it was. I am surprised. I'm honestly surprised.
And look at pit lane light up. Rian was straight in there.
And yeah, also in there, another one of the Mercedes. Simpson in the background, in the lane. Benson, Bade in the lane. J-Man, everyone's topping up. These guys will want to run to the end. McCall coming in. It's a flurry in there. Nuttdorf, Hartnell, everyone's in. Eccleston rolling down the lane as well. Forbett just sneaking in there. I think that's Brian Borg that was right in front of him. We've got the Phil King Porsche in as well. Pretty much the whole field. Perfect opportunity here.
Yeah. So how does this shake out? We've got cars like, I think Roger Forbett, he stopped on lap 73. So a lot shorter full for him, but you know, what fuel covers off what tyres? I mean, this is where the iRacers, the experienced guys, the guys with big IQ in this game come into effect. They know what they've got to do. They'll be calculating 78 laps done of 114. What are they got to do? This is an opportunity. It's the first time that this field's been bunched up in the last 2 hours.
2 hours, J-Man. A little over 2 hours there. We just had our 2-hourly update there. As you can see, the safety car rolling around now there. You might ask, why are all those cars just sailing past him? It's because he will be waiting to pick up the leader of the race, and the leader will be Stefan McCartan, J-Man. We did see Rian sneak past there as well. So all that will make more sense as you watch over probably the next lap. It'll probably take a lap or two, won't it, J-Man, here for this field to bunch into position behind the safety car.
And I'll tell you what, it's going to make it super tight depending on how long the safety car runs out here for some of these cars to run home. We know that Bent's ran 36 laps. We know that Roger Forbett and his BMW can run long. So, you know, just looking at this, I mean, Forbett only on the jacks for 7.6 seconds. So
and look, we're not sure why the safety car's out. Boys are just going back through some of the foot over the last lap or so to see if we can pick up on anything major. Little mishap there from Dane Northrup in the Mercedes. Nothing, mate.
yeah, just out on the safety grass.
We've got another one here. The boys are directed us to actually as well, J-Man. Phil Antoon in one of the Matchfit cars actually. Just looping it up there, unforced error. Car off the circuit, but nothing major. Clean re-entry onto the track. Nobody else involved.
We can see now McCartan picked up the back of the safety car. So
Is that Cordia?
yeah, Cordia passed the safety car. Under no circumstances, I think, can you pass the car unless you...
It was extremely close, no matter whether permission was given or not. It looked a bit scary there, J-Man.
Oh, that is big in the grand scheme of it. He was in a great top 10 position, and I don't know what that means, but he sailed on into the distance, and that would have alerted race control. Eyes would have pricked up from that. So, what does it look like? It's Stefan McCartan over Jensen Bade, Jason Bentz, Roger Forbett, Rian opting for a fair bit more fuel than some of the guys in front of him, or maybe even another set of tyres. So it's going to get busy at the back end. Lap 80 of 114. The longer that we are out there under safety car, the better it gets for someone like Rian that's obviously taken a big dose of fuel.
This is gonna change the game, J-Man. You know it. Bunching this field back up like this, with clearly some slightly different strategies, refueling on the cars, as we just see Bay and Beds getting on the back of that line of cars there, J-Man. And it is going to be pretty much like another race start here. I would suspect we'll see the safety car will go for another lap, just as they sort themselves out in the background there. Better to be safe here. This is going to shake it up, J-Man.
Oh no, it is, and I'm really just trying to get my head around some of the stuff that I'm looking at, because I'm going to pick on John McDonald. He went back in that exchange there, but obviously took on a lot more fuel. If he looks ahead of him, Shane Edgar, if he looks at Edgar, and I think Simpson, no, they've taken a lot of fuel. No, it's Mackenzie and Cordia. Light stops. Okay, we have got some lucky dogs, some wave rounds coming up. So we will just stick with this for now, viewers, and just see how this one shakes out. But obviously race control just unpacking where everybody is supposed to be before we run home for the final, what'll be around about 32, 33 laps. So that puts so many people in the window to run home. We know that there's a lot of cars that can run 35 laps out. So car 3 gets a wave through.
Whew.
Car 240.
A very small window here to catch my breath.
McDonald gets a wave through.
McDonald gets a wave through as well.
Yep.
Okay. So that's bringing them back up a lap, is it? So they're just getting their laps back?
Yep.
Nice. They do it. The green flag it'll go green before these guys get back up on the back, though, won't it? Or do they let them catch up? Here's me, Davo, asking these questions. I should know this stuff, J-Man. Where's my notes? What I do know, ladies and gentlemen, these guys, like we've been saying, are playing for keeps. Why are they playing for keeps? Because there's some big bucks involved here. Look, there's $1,000 prize pool just to go amongst the top 10 drivers. There's some proper hardware, like ting, 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 metal trophy cups, beautiful, stunning stuff with your name, one of these drivers' names on it, some free merch and the like. So these guys are playing for keeps, plenty to play for. What else is to play for is our MOZA R3 bundle viewer giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. All you got to do is jump into our YouTube chat box, fire up a comment in that said chat box, and you too can go in the draw to win that prize. And if you're a Sky viewer, because we are going live to Sky 83 today, thank you very much to all the Sky viewers for tuning in, and very exciting from Matchfit to be there. Get your phones out, scan that QR code. If you too want to win a MOZA R3 bundle, you can scan that QR code. Get over to our YouTube channel hit the like and subscribe and the notifications button on the way past to the chat box, and fire off something in the chat box, and you too will be in the draw, J-Man. We're going to thank also, who else? We're going to thank GAMAFLARE, major sponsors. It's got Matchfit's name on it. It's got GAMAFLARE's name with this stuff. Obviously, always supported by the Supercars NZ boys. Big pats on the back. They are our light stewards for the day. Also, like I said, thank you for joining us on Sky 83 today as well. J-Man, where are we at? Safety car out.
Yeah, so I'm just looking, and for me, it's you know, you spoke about Jensen Bade really early in the piece. He finds himself sitting P2.
Yeah.
Safety car, I think, is away. So once that car is in the lane, it'll be
away.
all up to Stefan McCartan one more time to get this field underway. But Jensen Bade with Jason Bench right on the back of him, and this is going to be a fight to the end. This is what probably not some of the drivers wanted to see, but definitely we wanted to see. We get to see pretty much a sprint race. We're going to get to see 32 odd laps of Phillip Island at full pace, and the safety car's in the lane, so it's up to Stefan McCartan. Anytime he wants to go from now, he can go. There is no control line. It's up to him. He can leave it to the start finish line.
He's on it.
There he goes.
He's on it straight away, J-Man, and we are away, like you mentioned. 30 odd laps left, sprint race to the end. These guys are tired and fueled. Everyone's been in the pit lane. Jason Bench. What a mouthful. Foreman right there, J-Man, Jared Eccleston. Down to one, and side by side for Eccleston. And look, whoa! It is on. Eccleston shows his intent very early.
Oh, and who's that? Tony Nicholas off out of Southern Loop there. But yeah, look at the company now. Brian Borg. So Borgie has had a fantastic race. He's up 21 positions, as we've mentioned multiple times, and he's going to have a big look here down to Miller. And what was that? The back of shot. Oh, so that's Nico Cordia cops a drive-through penalty for the safety car pass during that procession.
Oh, okay. There you go. It did look a little bit odd. Did look a little bit out of sorts there. We both picked up on that. Weren't sure why, but look at this, ladies and gentlemen. It is on. The couple of Mustangs bug splattered at that. Brian Borg having a big crack, J-Man.
Yeah, fires it down the inside, down at turn 10. Looking to get the job done there. Chase down, Rian.
So nice neat pass there. The elbows were out. Eccleston didn't want to give it up. Had no choice. So Borg on the chase now. Cordia into the pits to serve that penalty, no doubt, J-Man.
Yep.
Turner rounding out the top 10. McDonald just behind him. McDonald actually with a couple of out of position cars in front of him. And one of them track. Oh, and Turner's off track. Well,
Yeah, that was an easy one for JB there. Gets himself back into the top 10. Right on the back as well. Is that... Who is that? Is that Edgar?
so we'll just pick up on that Turner incident. A little bit of a pinch of the rears there into the first apex of turn 2 there. Very difficult corner. Gets out wide in the marbles. He's way offline. He's off track. There goes Wally Baker. What a melee in the background from that. We had the Aston Martin of, I think it is Nicholas, wrapped up in that little thing going on there as well. And we just keep that replay going there. Nearly 3 wide. down into the braking area there at 3. So after the restart, the usual chaos there, J-Man.
Yeah. So who's that? That's Baker. Just trying to hold off Edgar, and I think it's McDonald's got. So he's got Dan Turner up in front of him next. Bit of an air gap there, but fighters on at the front. Roger Forbert's really trying to hang tough here with Jason Bentz. But already you can see the pace. Stefan McCartney's shown it all afternoon, just stepping out there. Jensen Bay, this is his opportunity now to show what he's got. He's done so much hard grafting throughout the day to try and get into that podium position. Finds himself in P2 now. What can he do with it? Has anybody got any answers for Stefan's pace at the moment? And the battle's still behind them. Brian Borg, Jared Eccleston trading down into turn. I think they were down at turn 4, down at Miller Corner there. So that's a battle still going on.
Not over.
Dives to the inside.
And dive is the appropriate word, J-Man. And see the dodge and weave, and he just threw it at it.
Yeah, let's chuck it down there.
Let's get a replay of that. I tell you, there you go. Dodge and weave, and look out, here I come. And it was on. And I don't think it's over yet, to be honest. We managed to go back live with those two boys. And it's definitely not over. Very closely matched, these two, both in the same market car. They're in a Ford Mustang. Doing a fantastic job. The eyes are on now. No mucking around.
Yeah, look, work to do for plenty of these drivers out there, including Nico Cordia's got himself a battle going at the moment with Dan Nolan. Good to see. Good to see Warren Baker, P12 at the moment. It's just really battling with Shane Edgar at the moment. Potential pass going down to turn 1 for Baker as well. Can he get the Mustang down the inside?
Does he pull out? And look at the boys behind him there too, actually, Jay. That Phil King, and I think that is the Aston. One of the Astons. I don't know which Aston. Thomas McCall.
Yeah, it is Thomas. Yep.
So, yeah, quite a battle going on there, J-Man. Baker had the car right up beside him there, going down to 1 there. Smartly just pulled back on it. I think they still went through the corner side by side, but Baker was pretty much out of it. He's just like, hey, no, whoa. There's still plenty of racing to go yet. But look, it has put him vulnerable to the boys behind. King is for position. So he's got to be careful there. Thomas McCall behind, not so much. King actually really starting to put the pressure on J-Man. Has Wally got the cool to deal with it?
Yeah, look, he's just fallen away from the Edgar battle a little bit now. He's got a bit more to think about in the mirror. And Phil Antoon's coming up in the back there as well. So just see the progress as well. Rian Leonard's just starting to make some inroads into the Roger Forbett battle that's going on as well. The front 3 though, however, pretty much just 2-second gap for McCartan now over Babe, and then Bent's another just over a second back behind that. You can see that in front of shot, but Forbett's trying to hang on there. And a lot to think about with obviously Rian tucked in there, and then Brian Borg and Jared Eccleston. We saw the two of them trading after the safety car peeled off, and nothing's changed as we see Eccleston now flies it down the inside. Last time round it was Borg on Eccleston down at turn 10. This time round he returns the favour. Does Jared Eccleston? Chucks just says, mate, whatever you could. Actually, it was this corner here that he did it on.
There's still some. It was this corner here, just on the entry. J-Man, you're right. Let's get a play of that, and here we go. Chopper Cam stuffs it down there. But it's the retaliation move. I love the counter as they go up to the left here every time. And again, overlap through the corner. A little bit of hip and shoulder on the way out, but also stuff. And look, as you picked up on that, we were just watching what was going on in the background between Baker, King, and Antoon. And like you mentioned, Antoon was on his way. So it was going to give Warren Baker and Phil King a lot more to think about very quickly. Antoon actually still fighting with an out of position Thomas McCall there. So go figure. But King, Baker, Antoon on the way.
Yeah, Leonard's caught the back of Forbit now, and I'll be interested to see when we get back to turn 6, Siberia, if Brian Hawke's close enough to the back of Jared Eccleston, because that's his hotspot.
Ooh-wee. Look at that, Phil King having a red hot crack into one. Side by side with Wally Baker. They are still side by side, James.
Oh, and he's going to make it live around the outside
And
of the southern loop, which is impressive.
who's got the box seat here?
Antoon.
Antoon on the brakes, and he just gets that thing stopped. The gap that King had left there was quickly taken up by Antoon. Antoon, again, these guys' teammates, J-Man.
Yeah, he's not given any quarter.
No love
And
lost.
round through on Roger Forbit, just in a very recent pass too, so he gets that pass done.
So down into the braking area there, into 4 there, J-Man. Forbit just steps the BMW a smidge to the left. That's the 79 Mercedes pass, so nice work. Back to the action. Couple of teammates going at it. Here, what a battle. Phil King now out in front. It's just going, I'll leave you guys to it.
Antoon, turn 1.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Side by side. And who's that sneaking in there behind? Thomas McCall goes, yeah, I'll come and play with you guys. Just throws the Aston up beside Wally Baker. Double denim, Matchfit, Mustang. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that thing go. Blue on blue, blue wheels, blue paint. Car looks bloody fantastic, mind you. So nice work there. Good little race going on there, J-Man.
Yeah, good battle too going on with Scotty McKenzie, Dan Turner going at it. So that is for 8th and 9th. Jonathan Turner actually took John McDonald for that 10th position not so long ago as well. So JB has been hovering around that top 10 and
He has.
just really working hard to get in there.
Yeah, and look, as we've got a couple of pit stops in now, and we're suspecting, well, we were until we had a safety car that there was going to be one more, and there was on the safety car. So a lot of these guys topped up probably to the end. Or it's going to be very close, J-Man. But we saw John McDonald down at the beginning of the race, at least 2 or 3 positions. He has just had just a slow, very slow but steady climb. Now currently 4 positions up on his starting time. And like you mentioned, only is 1 position out of the top 10. So he'll be well focused. And that position is directly in front of him in Jonathan Turner there. So yeah, that'll be a good little fight if it comes together. John will turn the heat up
Baker.
again. Let's just get a load of this. McCall out of position too, mind you, J-Man, but he's quite happy to play with these boys. Probably much to the frustration of Warren Baker. But all the same, these boys do revel in a little bit of a battle, you know, so I'm sure, well, he's enjoying it all the same, I suspect, J-Man.
Yeah, look, 24 to go, and I tell you what, the podium is not set by any stretch. You got
No,
Rian starting to
no
close
way.
in on Jason Bentz. Bentz probably still eyes forward at the moment on Jensen Bay to see whether he can snag that second spot. But it is not done by any stretch. We've seen moments from both these guys. I'm talking about Bentz and Rian. They both have had moments unforced in this race where they've, you know, been facing nearly the wrong way. So still a lot to play for here. Obviously, McCartan out there by nearly 4 seconds now over Bade. So he has just set this tone all night or all afternoon long, where he's just got the car pace and the rhythm and just keeps banking those laps out. So can't see much changing there. However, boys amongst a little bit of lap traffic now, just rounding up right up Taylor there as they come out of Siberia and head up towards Leaky Heights.
And mind you, these guys are close. Like Bade, Benson, Liards are very close together. So as they come up on the back of these out of position cars, so this lap traffic here,
Yep.
it all comes pretty quickly, doesn't it, J-Man? You know, it's not just one of them, it's 3 of them, and Forbert is on the tail of that as well. As is Eccleston. So these guys, it is a recipe for danger, and sometimes, as we just see Jensen Bade cross the start-finish line once again and down into one. The cars look fantastic all day. J-Man.
Yep.
Steady achievements from Bade. Benz.
Under attack now.
He's got his hands full of.
But you just saw the difference it made. I think Bade had a bit bigger margin, and then obviously came around right at Taylor there, just caught him at an awkward spot, and it just really closed that pack. No such problems for Stefan, but yeah, these 3 here, and just remember at the back of shop there, you can see Roger Forbert, Jared Eccleston, Brian Borg. So anything goes south, those boys will be right in the sweet spot. If there's any contact made or anything going on, they are right there. They're still in this.
This is a cracking little battle here, J-Man. This is, ladies and gentlemen, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on track, nose to tail, with a little over 20 laps to go. And this is not over.
Look at the run from Rian. Good drive off of 12 for Richo though. Just needs to be eyes forward here. If he gets too defensive, we can already see the gap increasing for Jensen Bade.
Yeah, Jensen will be
Rian.
focused here, won't he, J-Man? He'll just be
Yep.
wanting to hit his marks. He won't want to worry about what's going on behind him. He knows these guys are going to battle. Gives him that opportunity. Every 10th of a second in gap is a gain, and look at this. Rian, big brakes on the Merc. Vance gives him a little bit of space. Actually gets out wide, lets him through.
Yeah. Just like that, that's how fast the podium can change.
Just get a quick little sticky beak on something that happened in the background there. That is Eccleston over Forbert there, J-Man.
Right.
So, healthy pass there from Eccleston there. Nice work, Jared.
Lap time for Eccleston was a 36.0. Fastest car on the track last time round was Jared Eccleston, so that is why he is moving forward.
Yeah, well, that makes all the sense in the world. And you can see him there in the background, Forbes tailing the these guys are very close together, obviously, after, well, I suppose late in the race, safety car. Only a handful of laps ago. This bunch has spilled nicely. J-Man,
Yeah.
it must have been how many laps ago? It would have been about 10 laps ago, I think we had the safety car, so it's really spiced things up. Brian Borg in 7th, Mackenzie in 8th, who has Turner on his tail.
He does.
Jonathan Turner in 10th position, chased by none other than John McDonald, and we did touch on this before, and we know how much John would like to have that 10th position. Turner just has his measure at the moment, though. J-Man in that Mustang, the MOZA Mustang, that one there, and the MOZA gear getting a workout here today from Mr. Jonathan Turner. So doing a stellar job. He's actually just coming up behind. I think that is Ryder Taylor there, who, smartly gets out of the road and then just, it's probably forced to tip the car back in there a little bit to get the line, and just making things a little bit awkward there. But Turner clears that. John McDonald next on the list to get past Taylor. J-Man up the front. Steph McCartan. Dang, what a job he's done today.
Yeah, it's just an amazing performance. Those that know him would probably expect it, but look, it's a disciplined drive. He's just been out there hitting the numbers. Last lap round was a 36.0.6. So, like I said, he just keeps hitting those numbers. We saw the lap before, the fastest car was Eccleston. That time round, it's back to McCartan. He just keeps banking these laps and almost feels like he's driving that car to a number safely, pulling away. The margin is over 6.5 seconds now. Some of that is due to just the outright consistent pace. Some of it because Bade, Leonard, Bentz have been battling as well. But I really don't think they had too many answers on the raw pace of that Mustang out the front today.
No, absolutely not. But look, we just did have cameras on Stephen McCartan's car, and you could still see the boys here, Bade, Lydiards and Bentz in the background. So the boys aren't that far behind after the safety car restart. Eccleston now actually sneaking in onto the back of that pack as well, and he'll want to crash that party and start to put pressure on Bentz as well. Forbett just been in the game all night, J-Man. He's all day, should I say. Just silent achiever. Forbett, stellar job, running in 6th position.
Yeah, and little by little, Eccleston, I'm watching the sectors. He's half a tenth sector 1, quarter of a tenth sector 2, and then he was up a tenth sector 3 on Jason Bentz, but he's also dragging Forbett with him. He had a great first sector, actually made margin on Eccleston himself. So, Eccleston's heading towards them, and he's actually pulling Roger Forbett with him as well. So, just, we've still got laps at hand. There is still is there 20 laps to go, 20 laps to run of this one, and I just don't think it's done. I don't think the podium's fully settled yet. If they can get there, obviously they'll have to contend with Jason Bentz once they get there, and he's no easy pass. And then Rian, I don't think that's done with Jensen Bade yet. However, I think, barring any disasters, McCartan's kind of got one hand on a piece of silverware already.
Look, I tend to agree. I definitely tend to agree there, J-Man. Eccleston, look, we just got out of the roof cam of Eccleston's car. We witnessed there Bentz going very wide into 9.
Yep.
And that, again, it just will incentivise Eccleston even more so. So obviously, Bentz's concentration will get focused a little bit more behind him now. Jared can smell the blood. Here we go. Down into 1. In the boost. Mustang chasing down Jason Bentz for 4th position.
6.5 tenths faster than Bent's that lap round. So the Boost Mustang is coming. It's coming on strong. Right time.
And look again. We'll get out of the car here, and you can see the podium in front of him.
Yep.
You can see the bottom 2 steps of the podium right in front of him. What better incentive to push hard here for Eccleston. Tucked in behind Bence now. Now we saw Bence with a couple of slip-ups there last lap. Past the hay shed here, through the right-hand kink. Up over the top. This is where Bence ran a little wide last lap. No mistakes like that. This one, down into 10.
Yeah, the gap is definitely closed, though. You can see it there. Look at the gap up ahead
with Jensen.
With Leonard and Bade.
Over the back wing of Bade's car here. Look at... we've got 3 manufacturers on the top 3 steps there at the moment, J-Man. No BOP, official BOP in this race either, so just...
Oh, look at this.
It's on in the background. And it's not over. Oh, Eccleston with the overlap, J-Man. It's on.
Yeah, it's going to put Bence on the right line down to Miller, but...
Oh, Eccleston's got the run though. Look, he's extended the overlap. Brakes late. Did he have enough overlap to make it live out there, J-Man? Good, clean stuff from both the drivers, side by side. Hardly a paint exchange, mirror to mirror. J-Man gets it done.
Yeah, we're seeing how strong Eccleston was out of that, into that corner, into Siberia there when he was racing with Brian, with Borgie. And once again, he's strong there. They look at Richo, he is not giving up on this. So there you go, makes one more spot as they head down into turn 10.
Ooh, what an exchange, J-Man.
Rian up ahead, a shot there is really sizing up Jensen Bade as well, so they know the laps are winding down.
As we just see the lap counter tick over to 99 there.
Yep.
As Stefan runs across the line, out in front by the tune of about a little over 8 seconds at the moment, J-Man. Before we see Jensen Bade and Rian Lanage, Darren Eccleston with a brilliant pass on Bence there at the end of the last lap. Bence looks like he's got nothing for him either, because Eccleston has gapped him immediately.
Yeah, although Bence run it down nice into Miller there, got a beautiful apex and closed the margin there.
Looked like Eccleston might have just went a little bit deep there. He looked like he might have been hanging on to that the whole way in. Only just slightly missed his apex, but enough that it was a noticeable gain from Bence in that braking area. J-Man again up past the hay shed, over the top here. Very interesting corner. You really got to get this thing locked in its groove here before you can start feeding the feather and the throttle back on. Nice work from both of those boys.
Yeah,
some
and
good
up
racing.
ahead, Rian searching. He had a really good look, climbing on the way out of 10 up to 11. Had the car quite shallow on the apex, but just couldn't make anything of it. Jensen Bade's doing a nice job.
Bade, I think out of the 10, 11 and 12 there, the Porsche just shines, and then you see the Mercedes get up behind him there into one. Just doesn't have enough straight away to reel that gap in. And again, that little Porsche, V-dub just dipping the nose down nice and neatly and back on the throttle for Bade. It's got the Mercedes measure. J-Man. You see back a shot there. That was Stephen McCartan there. Leading the race. So not a massive gap. It's a little under 8 seconds now. So it's dropped back a little bit. But toing and throwing there. So top 5, well, top second, third, fourth, and fifth is not done. Oh, and we'll just add Forbin actually into the mix there, J-Man as well. From 2 to 6, definitely not set in. John McDonald still chasing Jonathan Turner. Turner's actually got a little bit up the road on him there.
Oh, a bit of lap traffic. Sorry, Davo, with Rian and Jensen. They came out of that pretty well unscathed, but a bit of a tight moment there. Like you say, the Porsche incredibly strong out of 10, 11, 12.
Yep. So Nicholas there, one of the back markers in the bright yellow, Mr. Tony Nicholas in one of the Aston Martins.
Yeah.
with probably more focus on his rearview mirrors than out the windscreen of that Aston Martin at the moment.
Well, it's Richo. Well, it's Jason Bentz there's got a whole mirror full now. First it was Eccleston. Now it's Forbit with him. So do everything he can to stay inside this top 5. Well, Jason Bentz. So little by little, Eccleston is actually catching the back of Rian and Jensen at the moment. So 13 laps remaining in this one, the 500.
And what a cracking race it has been, J-Man, so far. As we wind down towards the end of this race. Epic stuff. So far we did see safety car out not so long ago, about 15 laps ago. Really bunched that field. We saw pretty much the whole field come in for tyres and fuel under that safety car. Bunched this field back up for what is proving to be a stellar sprint to the finish here. Very much so. And look, and given the first probably 2/3 of the race, both J-Man and I did not see that coming. The racing had been super clean. And the field had got a little bit spread out. So awesome stuff here. Just got cameras still on J-Man on this battle with Forbit and Bentz. Bentz looking a little wrapped the last few laps, which allowed Eccleston past. Now Forbit to apply some pressure. So he'd want to get the focus on, wouldn't he, for these final, 10 or so laps here, J-Man, as he could lose another position here to Roger in the BMW.
Yeah. It's certainly just a hard-fought battle at the back end for Richo. He's just going to have to hang tough here. And I believe we have got a little bit of an extension on our license too, Davo, to carry on through with Sky to 6:30. So obviously scheduled to 6 o'clock, I think. But we are good to go to 1,830 hours. So that's good for us because we still have got
at least 10 laps to go here, J-Man, at about what are they looking at? It's sort of like 135s, ladies and gentlemen. So
probably more like 136 and a halves at the moment.
Well, at this end of the race, the pace has backed off a little bit. So so a little ways to go here. Another 10 or so laps. To give us about another 15 odd minutes, I would suspect, or something like that. Not sure. Don't Do not tell me my math's bad. I already know that. That's a fact.
So the battle remains. That is for P2 and P3. That is Jensen Bade holding off Rian Leonarge at the moment, and got a hard charging Gerald Eccleston trying to just close in on that margin. He's about 2.2 seconds back from this, and if these guys engage in a little bit of side-by-side, that'll be all the formula that Jared needs. As we see once again, the Porsche.
Just look at this, and look at that, turn 11. The gain, it gets nearly 2 car length. And again, tips it into that final corner there, gets another car length and a half, maybe 2, and then is able to get on the throttle because of it. And there's another car length or 2. So,
oh, what has happened to Roger Forbett? Maybe a little bit of a replay required there, because what's happened there?
okay,
Sorry.
so we've got a little bit of
Eccleston, right?
okay,
Eccleston.
so we've got Benz going past Eccleston because Eccleston is in the sand. So that's the first little flag that we're getting from the camera boys there. So Forbett and Benz past Eccleston, which is most unfortunate there. And that is basically what happened there, J-Man. So Joe Eccleston. Oh, that's a shame. He was on the charge there. Obviously the slightest of mistake. And let's actually pick up on the mistake itself here. Oh, and it's a big lock up there, actually. We just picked up on not the overtake, but the actual incident. And it was Eccleston. Big pinch of the rears there. Heading up over the top there. He's lucky to actually. What did end up worse, to be honest, J-Man. That car could have quickly turned into the fence there. And it could have been a lot messier. Back.
Yeah, we've
Yes.
lost Ryder Taylor as well, mate. So that car is done for the afternoon by the look of it. Had an incident down there somewhere a lap or so ago. So unfortunate for Ryder, he stuck it in for a good portion of time. Obviously only got a handful of laps left to run. But the battle remains Rian and Jensen Bade. Who blinks first here? We know that the Porsche is good in the final sector. We know that Rian's incredibly good through sector 2. He closes up down at Miller Corner, chases him all the way up past the hay shed, up over Leaky Heights, and then that Porsche just dumps down, gets the power going, and drives on out. So still a battle at the back too. Jason Bentz and Roger Forbett for what is 4th and 5th. So those boys can hold their heads high. They've raced incredibly well. And Eccleston looking to try and recover a little bit of that.
Oh, yeah, the gains that he made for the last 20 odd, 30 minutes all went away there, J-Man, in that little pinch of the brakes there up over at Lukey. And after the gather up, Bentz and Forbett had snuck past. So I mean, it's probably less than 10 laps to go. It'd be interesting to see whether he chases a position or he just sort of just regathers himself and just brings that thing home. Prize pool today goes across the top 10. Jonathan Turner rounds out that top 10 with Scott McKenzie in front there in one of the other Misfits cars there, J-Man. So both Forbett and McKenzie in sister cars there. Looks like Turner's going to have a crack here actually, J-Man. Down into 1.
He does. He's been working on this.
Oh, that is tight. Good respect from both drivers again. Turner, look, McKenzie really needed to get out of that a little bit to allow Turner to make that happen there.
Yeah.
Good, clean pass.
And Antoon's still holding off Phil King. That battle's been going on for a long, long time. Oh, what do we got there? Just trying to pick up on there. Is that Antoon with a black flag?
And is it out hanging out the window, or is it just, you know, waved at him, J-Man?
Yeah, I can tell you it's not a white flag.
Antoon currently holding off Phil King. So last time we looked, I'm sure Phil King was actually in front of Antoon. So Phil at some stage has been passed King as they just range up, come up very quickly up the side. Nicholas there. Really caught him off guard there.
Yeah.
A little exchange, we'll just pick up a replay on a little exchange between Edgar and McDonald down into 4 here, J-Man in the braking area, and I think on into the next. And McDonald sneaking back past there nicely.
Yeah, nice. Tell you what, good battle going on. Jared Eccleston, Roger Forbett and Jason Bentz trading over who's going to get 4th, 5th and 6th position late in the piece. 7 to go.
I wondered whether Eccleston would get back into this.
Yeah,
he's answered that question. And here it is, straight away, down beside Forbett. Forbett just steps aside.
Yeah, big move. Big move. And you can just see that it just gave Bentz just a little bit of breathing space, but I don't think it'll stay that way for long. As once again, we just touch in with the leader, Stefan McCartan. Led the majority of this race, has a 10.6 second lead over Jensen Bade, who has a slender lead over Rian, around about a half a second, separates second and third right now.
Who's asking? Hollywood Gaming, the best livery in the race. Is that a question for us? J-Man, best livery in the race, if we were to pick that.
Well, that's a tough one. It is a tough one.
Well, it's hard to go past our own Matchfit cars, isn't it? To be honest.
Well, we can't be biased, but
Well, we could be.
well, we can.
So, winding down, J-Man, 108 laps today here in the Phillip Island 500 so far. There's been some outstanding racing. First half an hour, faultless. Second half an hour, big prang in 10. Changed the whole dynamic of the race. About 2/3 of the way through, about half an hour ago. Also, we had the first and one and only safety car so far, fingers crossed. Bunching this field back up for what has created a stunning sprint race to the end here. As we get
McDonald, Edgar, side by side. Sorry, mate.
Here we go. These guys, last 2 laps, are giving it a good red hot crack. My parrot Archie's stoked about it, if you can hear him in the background. He loves this stuff, and he's backing John McDonald at the moment. So, McDonald down a position there. J-Man was in 11th, now down to 12th. So, not sure what's going on there. But still giving it a red hot crack there, and across the start-finish line. Well, once again in the Warbird.
Yeah, they're having a chat in real time too. I can hear them coming across the comms. They're pretty stoked with their racing, I think. So nice friendly exchange from those boys on track and on the airways. So good to see. The spirits are still high, late in the piece. 109 laps of 114 done, and I tell you what, Eccleston's a chance here to try and set one up on Jason Bence, aka Richo. Traded for the podium for a good portion of this race. Post pit stops just found himself in some heavy battles.
We saw him just, and again, it's this same corner, and look at Bent's cover. This is where he got Forbett the lap before, J-Man.
Yep.
He's very confident of the brakes. Look at the bug splattered state of these cars. They have been out on track for over 3 hours so far. Throws our 2.5 hour theory out the window, Jamie. But here we are, 3 hours in. I'll have to get the calculator out. We might have to sharpen up the old abacus, I think, for next race. But here we are. There you go, Eccleston. In a sandwich between Bence and Forbett, J-Man. What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, I reckon it's probably justified after about 475 Ks worth of everything flying up at them. That's why they look the way they look. But yeah, Eccleston's still a half a chance here. Richo. Forbett hasn't given up. The headlights are ablaze. I've been watching the Jensen Bay Leonards battle, and I feel like maybe either the tyre's just given up for Rian, or otherwise he's potentially in a little bit of fuel conservation mode here, because still with 4 to run, he's just fallen off the back of Bade a little bit now. So maybe a little bit of management going on. I thought they would be relatively safe, having stopped, majority of the field stopped on lap 77. We know that they comfortably ran 35, so some of these guys might get a little tight. McCartan.
Yeah, I feel was towards the end here. Yeah, totally.
McCartan still deep into the 36s, 36. 1-9 last lap round.
Absolutely, absolutely, J-Man. Look, we have cameras on. I'll tell you what is, not over yet. Jason Bence and Eccleston going at it. I looked away from my screen for a second. They were literally in each other's doors. But let's just see if we can get this exchange. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we just rewind the tape a little bit. We haven't got long for this because we're coming close to the end of the race here. But watch this little exchange here over the last, I suppose, through the mid-sector and back sector of the circuit here. No love lost. Jared Eccleston, Jason Bence, these guys are chasing 5th and 6th position here, or 5th position pretty well. Well, I think it was actually a little bit higher than that because Borman's got past them now. So
it was 4th,
It was for 4th. But here we go, down into 10. We know Eccleston's strong there. There's a tap on the door in the replay here we're watching. Back out of 11. Wrigley, a little bit snaggy. Forbett goes through. That's what's going on in the background. Means business. Last couple of the laps of the race here, J-Man. It's getting serious.
Yeah, look, McCartan will be just winding these last 3 laps down. It's looked so solid throughout this race, and we can only hope that he's got enough fuel on board to bring this one home. Bade looks to have just secured second at this point of time. He's just got a little bit of an air gap now over that second mark, 1.4 seconds to Rian. And then obviously we have just witnessed what we saw between Forbett, Bence and Eccleston. So race control, no doubt, are looking into that exchange. Yeah, and we'll give you an update on what that looks like. But yeah, you saw it there live and you saw it in the replay. You make your own assessment, but we'll watch that space closely.
Definitely a J-Man. So Forbett, the beneficiary out of all of that, J-Man again, and we saw him like in the same position earlier in the race where he patiently just sat back and watched it all unfold in front of him. The boys went past, the boys to and fro around him, and then got into each other. And there he is out in front. Nice work. Roger
Antoon in the lane.
So late, very late pit stop, and we did suspect some of these boys might have to do just that quick splash.
Yep.
So no surprise to see Antoon in the pit lane at all. We aren't rounding the final corner. You can see Bade in the lead there and across the start finish line for another lap.
Good grief. Good stuff. So, what was that? That was a drive-through, was it? I think maybe.
Someone off track there in the background.
Was that Thomas McCall and Daryl Callahan, was it? Wouldn't it be, maybe?
No, it is Jesse Simpson having a big get-off around one there. That car does not look healthy. Very punched on the right front. Looking.
Oh, sorry, Dave, I'm going to interrupt there.
Let's go. What have we got going on?
Eccleston and Bents. It's a redress moment. It's a redress moment.
Oh, so do we need to go back?
Look, it's not done. They're still trading. They are still trading.
Oh, yeah.
So,
trading positions and paint at the moment.
oh, the radio is lit up right now. I can tell you, the boys are fired up with one to go. And McCartan will start that final lap as we speak. Here he goes. The white flag is out, but I tell you what, it's not settled between Eccleston and Bents. There's plenty of emotion out there right now, but McCartan across the line, starting the final lap over Jensen Bade, who looks to have this thing secured for second, and then Rian in a comfortable third position. Forbert stayed out of all the mischief, and looks like he's going to bang a very well earned fourth position. Eccleston and Bents, well, it's yet to be decided, I think.
Okay.
But it does look in favour of Eccleston right now.
It does, very much so, with now Phil Antoon just sneaking in between those two cars there after Eccleston just run down into one past Antoon like a boss, J-Man.
Yep, and as far as our promotional stuff, you only have got half a lap to get in the draw.
Yes, exactly. One of the terms and conditions in the giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. The cut-off is when the final car runs across the finish line at the end of the race there. So jump on it, ladies and gentlemen. We will flash up quickly a quick graphic. Quickly scan this QR code if you are a Sky viewer.
Comes.
Get
Stefan
over to
McCartan.
YouTube. Get over to our YouTube channel. Fire off a message in our chat box, and you two could go in the draw. Stefan McCartan across the line of J-Man to win Matchfit events. First event of 2026, the Phillip Island 500, closely followed by Jensen Bade. Roger Forbett rounding the final corner. Who would have thunk it? Go Roger Forbett. Daryl Eggleston, Jason Bents in 6th, Dad Turner, Brian Ball in 8th, and Jonathan Turner coming down for 9th. Scott McKenzie actually pretty closely in tow in 10th position there, and John McDonald just out of the top 10, so nice work, top 10. These guys will be getting gifts, prizes, and the like, and possibly some free modes. John McDonald in 11th, just out of the top 10 in the Warbird BMW. Nice work from John McDonald. Dan Nolan trying to get... Oh, that isn't Dan Nolan, actually. I know who that is. That's straight in car. Dan Nolan rounding the final corner with Bill King in tow. Two stunning looking cars there. Good job from both of those boys here today. Across the line, Nico Cordia already in. Does he Simpson. Who else we got out on track? Edgar, no. Callahan, no. Call, no. Nicholas, no. We are everyone across the line. That's up. Okay. Entries have closed, ladies and gentlemen, for the MOZA R3 bundle giveaway. You need to stick around, ladies and gentlemen, and wait till after the post-race interviews, and we will be drawing the MOZA 3 bundle. To win the MOZA 3 bundle, your name and everybody that has commented into the chat box over the past, how many hours, J-Man? 3+ hours. It's actually more because we did practice as well. Everybody that's hit us up in the chat box today, your name will be on the random draw wheel. We will be spinning the wheel, and if your name comes up, you have to type in MOZA, M-O-Z-A, in the chat box, in the comments, within 15 seconds of us drawing your name. If you do not type in MOZA within 15 seconds, we will remove your name and we will spin it again until we get a bloody winner for the MOZA R3 bundle giveaway. But before then, J-Man, what are we going to do, my friend?
I've got to smash out some driver interviews, all right? So
Let's get this
first and
done.
foremost, we're looking for, okay, we're gonna revert, we're gonna go, where is Rian? Is he in chat? No, we have got the race winner. So I'm going to fire down through these very, very quickly. Stefan McCartan, have you got us on comms, mate? Copy, Stefan. Okay, we will leave Stefan for a second, and we will, oh, no, he might be, no, we'll actually grab, we'll grab Jensen Bay down here from a super well-earned P2. Jensen, you got us on comms, mate. Unmute your mic there, buddy. Oh, we got Stefan. We'll do Stefan first. We got you on comms, Stefan. Everyone's looking for a push-to-talk button. Hang with us there, viewers. This is live TV. This is sometimes how it goes. We'll just try and get comms with Stefan, our race winner. Put it on and then race to an incredible victory. Had to work back through the pack after the first pit stops. You got us on comms, Stefan?
Might be a channel issue. J-Man, do you want to drag us up a channel and we'll go and meet them wherever they are? So, J-Man just addressing some technical issues in the background as we try and get these boys on the mics here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think we might have Jensen Bade with his mic working.
Jensen Bade.
No, look. Big shout out. We've got to roll with it. Oh, no, we've got Stefan.
We got someone.
Yep, yeah, I'm here. Yep.
Hey, mate. Hey, congratulations, mate. Look, we are live. Mate, first and foremost, congratulations on taking out the Phillip Island 500 here at Matchfit Entertainment. What a stellar drive, mate. And didn't see any mistakes. Your feelings after that one?
Yeah, no, exhausted. But no, it was good. It was a good race. Didn't do the best of pit strategies at the start, overfilled by mistake. Or crew chief overfilled me a little bit, but it is what it is. A little bit of a heart attack going there with that safety car after quite a nice, comfortable lead. But no, we'll take it. It was run well. It was a great race, and super happy with the end result.
Yeah, mate. Honestly, it didn't look at any point other than that pit stop like anyone can lay a hand on. You just had super car pace, great balance on the car as well. So, look, congratulations on that one, and just hang around as well. Obviously, we've got some announcements to make, and obviously you are the winner, so you get some great prizes, and obviously there's a nice little cash injection there too, Stefan. So well done, and we appreciate the support, and certainly hope that you sign up for the next one, because you certainly set the standard there today. And yeah, fantastic race. Well done, mate.
Yeah, cheers, boys. No, it's good. I'll definitely be around for the next if I'm available. So yeah, look forward to it.
Awesome. And then obviously a great fight for second position. Jensen Bade, you got us on comms? Copy, Jensen.
Copy, Jensen. Don't we love live TV?
Oh, live
man?
TV's amazing for this stuff. But anyway, what we'll do
Who
is
else we got here?
we'll see if Rian's got us on comms. He had a chat to us this time last week. So Rian, you got us?
Yes, I'm here.
Mate, fantastic race once again. In the thick of it for the whole race, mate. You must be absolutely spent trading with Jason Bentz for the better part of it, and then in the back end with Jensen Bate.
Yeah, long race. Just had to have a little bit of a walk around just then. Yeah, it was good fun battling with both Jensen and Jason. But yeah, Stefan just had a bit too much pace for us today.
Yeah, nice work, mate. And hey, look, the car looked fantastic out there. Pit stops really shook stuff up today, and then obviously the safety car with what we understand, it was a late call for us. We didn't hear it until after it happened, but my understanding it was a bit of a Debris moment. So look, it threw a cat amongst the pigeons, but you guys battled strong for the last sort of 35, 40 laps. Was pretty intense, mate.
Yeah, really wasn't expecting that safety car. Came out of nowhere, and I was coming out of the corner just before the pit entry, as it was called, and made a last-second decision to hop in the pits. But we didn't think about taking tires, which is what we did the second time we went around. Otherwise, I think we would have been in a bit of a better position for the final sprint.
Yeah. So it did look like that front right may have been hurting for the last sort of 7 or 8 laps. Rian just chasing down Jensen.
Yeah, definitely started to struggle both with the car and also the fatigue a lot as well.
Yeah, well, look, well done, mate. And look, no doubt Davo and the team will be in contact with both yourself, Stefan, and Jensen in the coming days with obviously some good prizes coming your boys' way, and obviously, yeah, a nice little reward cash-wise as well. So we'll just check one more time to see if Jensen's got us on comms. Maybe unmute that mic, and we'll just give him a big congratulations on his P2. You got us, Jensen? Okay.
If not, J-Man, where are we up to schedule-wise? When are we wrapping this up?
We've got about 3 minutes left of live TV on Sky. So if we overrun and Sky shuts us down, you can tune into the YouTube channel for the draw. But would you like me to pass it over to yourself, Davo, for the wheel draw?
Well, they need to be tuned in to our YouTube anyway to win the prize, right, J-Man. So we would encourage all of the Sky viewers that have commented today to get over to our YouTube channel. We will quickly put up, if you have put that link away and you want to be redirected to it, you need to scan that QR code right there, because we're about to draw this prize just quickly. So scan that, get over there. If you have already commented, you will need, if we call your name, you will need to type MOZA, M-O-Z-A, into the chat box to win the prize, ladies and gentlemen. And we are ready to roll here, J-Man. There it is, the wheel for the MOZA 3 bundle giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. It has been populated with every single person that has commented today on the YouTube's Sky viewers. We know some of you guys came across as well, so we aren't going to muck around here, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, hit us up in the chat box if your name comes up. Quick smart. Here we go. Spinning the wheel, ladies and gentlemen, for the MOZA R3 bundle. J-Man, I'm nervous. Oh, Slide Science Gaming. Slide Science Gaming. You quick, smart, about 15 seconds we will give you to get a comment up on our YouTube there. And that time ticks away very quickly.
There you
And
go.
bam, there it is.
Well done to Slide Science Gaming on winning that MOZA R3 bundle. That is awesome stuff. And once again, shout out to our podium that are with us here today. We really, really applaud you and the efforts that you guys just showed us on how it's done. Fantastic performance, and yeah,
Absolutely.
congratulations on that, Avo, and the team will be in contact over the coming days. But well done, team.
Definitely, J-Man. We will wrap this up very quickly. It has been a huge day. Thank you, everybody, all you viewers, for joining us here at Matchfit Entertainment for the Matchfit events. Phillip Island 500 drivers will be scoring prizes. We've given away a MOZA R3. We're going to thank our sponsors. We're going to thank, obviously, Sky 83 for broadcasting us live today. We are going to thank SCNZ for all their support, as always, during race control, and GAMAFLARE for supporting everything Matchfit. Ladies and gentlemen, bye for now. J-Man, let's go and get a drink.
Absolutely.